Onslaught season brings the same much-loved competitive battles, with a few improvements. The 5 weekly missions no longer expire at the end of the week, but remain available until the season finishes. You can complete them later and play at your own pace, but try not to leave them all to the last minute. Instead of increased shell resistance, completing all missions will get you a token that you can exchange for any improved equipment. The team lists now have more info. You still won't be able to see unspotted enemy vehicles, but now you can see players' names, platoons, and ranks. All this info is available both during battle and before it, on the loading screen and during pre-battle prep. Redshire has been removed from the Onslaught maps. Tundra and Prohorovka have been added. And the latter has changed notably for the mode. Countryside engagements are going to be heated. Outpost now has more cover, and some of the points of interest have moved. We've also rebalanced the role skills. You can see a full list of the changes in the article on the game portal. It's now far simpler to assemble platoons in Onslaught. Instead of rating points, the game now checks players' ranks. You can invite a player 1 rank higher or lower than you to join a platoon. For super platoons of 7 players, a difference of 2 ranks either way applies. Incidentally, it's now a little easier to reach the highest rank. Now, not just 10, but a whole 15% of players on the leaderboard are legends. After battles, don't forget to claim your rewards. The banner in the in-game store will remind you. It will take you directly to the Onslaught shop. Fight in this season to get closer to the annual reward, the Stinger. You can only get it in Onslaught, so make sure your Tier 10s are ready. If you don't have many, use this season's rental vehicles, the T110 E5, Centurion Action X, and Bliskavica. Happy onslaughtering! Lunar New Year is coming! Exploding fireworks and thousands of lanterns light up tankers' garages. The Wood Snake is going to bring everyone joy, presents, and red envelopes. Join the fun from January 28th through February 12th. The festive magic is right in the game, and the Wood Snake offers you to play its game. Complete the missions to earn stamps, and then use them to open new segments. You'll get rewards for each one. Many segments contain red envelopes. Each envelope equals a stacking discount of 600 gold. The more you collect, the more you'll save. Once you collect all the envelopes, you'll get a discount of 3,600 gold. Impressive, eh? But you're probably already asking, a discount for what? That's for the cat to answer. Your furry friend sells special festive bundles to use your discount on. You'll find a crew book, 6 months of World of Tanks premium account, and of course, premium vehicles. For example, the Type 63. The envelopes will help you get all this goodness a lot cheaper, and they can make the Panzer IV Schmalturm completely free. Each offer is available to purchase only once, so it's best to collect the maximum discount first, and then go shopping. The cat doesn't just sell handy stuff, he gives it away too. He will regularly give you a few stamps, which you need to open new snake segments. Keep an eye on the timer to see when to pay the puss a visit. And don't forget to complete the snake's missions. That way, you will easily progress through all the stages and be delighted by a nice surprise. It will make your Lunar New Year truly special. More on that in the next video. Ring in the Year of the Wood Snake with light, joy, and World of Tanks. Happy holiday! We had a rip-roaring good Christmas and New Year. But winter is about to get twice as exciting. This update brings a new twin-barreled tank branch, crucial rebalances, fun-filled celebrations, and glorious rewards. But first, a reminder about Battle Journey. If you still haven't checked your achievements from 2024, now's the time. You'll get all the juicy details about your tanking career, which you can share with friends. It's a good idea to ponder the past if you want to prepare for a prosperous future. And now, onto what that future has in store for you. Don't miss the new branch of British twin-barreled heavies. They're enticing, pretty powerful, and quite different from their Soviet double-barreled cousins. The latter have auto-reloaders, firing 2 shells one after the other. When both are reloaded, you can fire a salvo with a delay and a penalty afterward. British twin-barreled tanks are a different breed of cat. They're like 2 cyclic tanks in one. One with low alpha damage but good accuracy and mobility. The other with devastating damage but reduced speed and much wider dispersion, albeit with perfect stabilization. This means that in salvo mode, the aiming circle barely widens while moving or turning the turret. The salvo fires instantly. No need to spend time aiming or holding the necessary key. It takes 2 seconds to switch between modes after pressing X. You can switch on the move, for instance, when approaching an enemy. It's best to spend most of the battle in single fire mode, since you can move faster and fire accurately and effectively from long range. But when an enemy comes close, X, 2 seconds, left click. Remember that to fire, tanks from the new branch need to load both barrels. So, after a salvo, you'll have to wait through double loading even if you switch straight to single fire mode. Changing the shell type also means loading both barrels. All tanks in the new branch have this mechanic and general concept. But each has its own little quirks. Get to know them all and find new favorites, not just at Tier 10. But the main attraction is the can opener, which splits apart armor with salvos causing an average of 840 HP of damage. Its own thick armor lets it engage in duels and make the most of those salvos. Steel never fails. The gun depression is British. The mobility is typically heavy in single fire mode and super heavy in salvo mode. The can opener isn't just strong and reliable. It's a vehicle that can adapt to any situation the battlefield presents. It can hold both positions and attack. Fire accurately from long range and let rip an 800 HP kaboom. The can opener is about big emotions and combat performance. All vehicles should be exciting to research, not just new ones. And that's why our work continues on the Tier 10s you know and love, and their branches. This rebalance is going to be a heavyweight. The E100 is a decent enough tank, but a little update won't hurt it. The turret front is now stronger, and its rotation speed has increased. The 12.8 centimeter mouse gun has been improved with less dispersion and better penetration with the standard shell. The Type 71 has gotten a bigger overhaul. It was impressive on launch, but not powerful enough to face off against meta vehicles. Well, it is now. This heavy samurai's katana play is now more precise, and it moves around the battlefield faster. Plus, the upper glacial plate is far sturdier now. The M5Y has received similar treatment. To make it more competitive, we made its
The bullet and your winners, your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstore Winter Invitational champions. They take it
24 and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run, the trophy goes. They've done it. Are you united in
Hello gamers and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2, Day 2. I am joined here today not by Kihan but by Moff. Good day, Moff. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited to be back, invited back onto the broadcast, and we've got lots of semi-professional yapping coming up.
Yeah, indeed. Today is Super Sunday, as we would call it. We're going to be playing a lot of matches, if I'm not mistaken. I think 8 in total. So there's going to be a lot of games coming up today. So there we have it. That's our first 4. Picking it up with Cashback versus LTP. The Frenchie is going to have a tough nut there to crack if they want to have an opportunity to take that.
Yeah, certainly. And like you said, 8 matches today, so every team is going to be playing twice, and they're going to have a little bit of a break in between some of them with the way the scheduling is set up. But it's going to be a bit of a marathon for us and the teams.
It's interesting. You know, it's not just about the short sprint, Moff, it's the endurance as well that they have to show now, and for some teams also there's going to have to be, well, for 4 teams there's going to have to be a mental recovery after a first defeat to bring it back in the second round of today. So you can see here we have arrived at the Sunday stream. Next week we have Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. That's all you gotta be remembering until the 22nd. 23rd is going to be the finals weekend with NA Onslaught Legend finals in there as well. The OLF, because we have that running alongside the OLS, of course. So still a lot of World of Tanks action to come. We have only just begun this season.
Yeah, a lot of games coming up, and like you said, the teams, they've already played one round of games, and it's going to be tricky for them to come back into it if they've already lost the round. Of course, we've got the drops as always, which is what the lovely people at Twitch chat will always be looking out for and making sure that they are in fact collecting those drops.
Yeah, 4 tokens this weekend. Do keep in mind the last week is a bit of a boosted week there for those tokens, but still plenty of tokens to be gathered that you can then spend in the token store in game, where you can get anything from consumables and reserves to camouflage, 3D styles, premium day, or even a premium tank itself. Of course, Moff, a British tank that you love so very much.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the Churchill 3 though, which is classified as a Soviet tank. But I remember, dude, that thing was so cracked back in the day. I remember when I just started out playing my like M3 Lee or M3 Stuart, whatever it was, and that tank was impenetrable. But I'm not sure how it fares today.
I'm not sure either, Moff. I don't venture down to that tier, but there's plenty of experts in Twitch chat. What we do have here is the OLS prize pool, which you can still boost by buying the bundles and picking your team to win as a Oracle prediction. 65,344 euros. We have been speedrunning it this season. The bundles have not been live for that long if you compare it to Season 1. In Season 1 we had 65,800 euros. So we are definitely going to be beating Season 1 in terms of prize pool. So the winner of this is going to be very, very happy. We're going to say thank you to the audience for buying those bundles and cheering and supporting the teams and increasing the prize pool in return. OLF then, which is the NA counterpart of OLS, is going to be still rocking that $15,000 prize pool, but we split it up a little bit more, so the 3rd and the 4th place also go home with some cash hand in hand. We will be seeing the conclusion of that as well on stream, of course. That's going to be huge to see. But now getting into the first match of the day, Cashback versus LTP. Moff, before the stream and live, we talked about it a little bit already. The map that they're going to be starting on is not really one where you would be like, hey, LTP has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. To be honest, I don't think it matters what map pool we go into, what kind of map pick and ban LTP try to come up with. We see the lovely pictures there. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to get their personal team kit. They weren't able to get it to all of the players in time for their photos, and they're the only team, unlike we've seen with the Polish lineups, they have these team kits that are provided for them at the WCI tournament, but LTP were the only team dedicated enough to actually make their own team kit.
Highlighting Gotcha Baby here, his average damage has fallen off compared to last season. Of potentially that quick cap win doesn't help yet. I don't think we are looking too much into detail into this just yet. But yeah, he has to prove himself, of course, in that Cashback lineup as the one foreigner amongst the Ukrainians. The Conquistador then on the lineup from LTP apparently stand out last match. 3.1 average damage, pretty good. Also tends to play T100s, but it's all about the maps, the map pick and bans. Airfield banned by Cashback, Suchanki banned by LTP. Gives us Enska's first one, and we said it's a really good Cashback map because last season MOF they went undefeated on it.
Yeah, they only played it 5 times though, so they didn't actually pick into it that much, but 100% win rate in the regular season. Since then, I believe they've lost at least a couple of rounds on it, but it was still very much a strong talking point last year, and LTP, I don't think that they're going to be able to put up much of a fight there. I think it could be 2-0 before we even really get into this match.
Yeah, that's the worrying part. I mean, Ensk is a very strong map for Cashback. It wasn't just strong this last season, but before that as well. In the C tournaments that we had, they were very good on it. Even taking one of those against Hit and Run and winning the tournament, if I remember well. So predictions, wow guys, wow. So basically why they're going with 3 zeros now is because somebody found it a good idea to start tallying up the points of the predictions between the casters. Now 3 out of the 4 seem to have taken this very serious and don't want to lose against the other casters, and 1 out of 4 said that he doesn't really care where he ends in the caster prediction.
You know what I think? I think it's the little bit of French in you, that Belgian connection that just wants to give them that one little point to be like, hey guys, look, I'm on your side. We're just honest, you know? We say it how it is.
Yeah, sure, Moff. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Right?
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out, alright?
I mean, 3-0, I could understand why, but I'm hoping LTP surprises a little bit here in the beginning of the season still, just like we saw Darkside upset Hit and Run. I understand where it's coming from, though. Lineups! Picking it up for LTP is Conquistador with the AX, then 1 Blitzka, triple V4, and double E4.
Yeah, one thing we actually forgot to mention in our pregame is that Wargamer have made like an emergency change to some of the abilities. So the Juggernaut TD ability was nerfed slightly, in addition to the nerf that came in pre-Onslaught regular season. It's gone from 30% damage reduction at the tier 3 skill to 25%, and they don't have the ability available immediately from the start of the game, so they're not going to be zooming into those opening positions, but it's clearly still the dominant meta.
Yeah, I don't think too much was going to change there, but in the beginning, spread from Cashback seems a little bit left, right, everywhere, just across the map, holding their angles. Same for LTP, pressuring down those rails and having that Centurion EX, wide EX over, for example, the Bachelor 25 team off.
Well, you just want to be inspiring the whole time, right? And the Batchat, on a map like this, it's quite a squishy tank. I mean, the Centaur X doesn't really have that much armor either, but you can see he's in sort of D0 right now, which is going to give him a little bit of hold down potential. Not too great against the high penetration guns of the tank destroyers, but there is a quick cap on for the side of LTP, and currently Cashback don't have any control over strikes right now, so they're going to have to find angles to get resets.
They do have Squeezy coming from the city already with Ice Set. They find a reset, but they bleed heavily in return. Squeezy there taking 2 to the face, drop to 1.5, and LTP currently in a commanding position. 7 seconds left on the cap. No strike available for the side of Cashback either. Are they going to steal it in front of the nose of Cashback? Does anybody even make it back into the cap? Is it going to be the cap out? No, 99% Little just about makes it, but is this going to cost Cashback too much to recover from right now? LTP with the 4,000 lead. I mean, Little has to sit there and tank it because they could still get capped out. He's driving out of it right now though, as Aka has the cap, but this has costed them a lot.
Yeah, they're really compromised in their positions. You can see Aka is just completely in the open. Joy has had to back off though because he's getting pressured by IZ in the city, and LTP, they have a strong advantage right now. They have so much HP lead, but can they bring it home in this late game?
I mean, right now it's looking rather good for them. Liberty dropped low. Joy here facing off against Isab, but in quick succession, Tankista Dorenaking finding a 1-2 combination. 2 kills for the side of LTP. The Frenchies almost double in HP. Joy not missing that one. Isab will finish off the kill here. And as we can look now at the overview of the battle, the Frenchies have actually managed to do it. Now I think that is a great thing for all of us in chat to see those caster predictions go straight out of the window in battle number 1.
Hey, you know, we made the bold prediction. We weren't afraid of sticking our neck out there, and unfortunately it's not come off. And LTP, they've done it. They've done a very, very good shock early on here. Cashback just as shocked as the rest of us, I would say. Not you, of course, Defi. You foretold this this event coming, but LTP, like we said, they really need to pick up rounds here on ENCE, because if it was going to be a 2-0, this match could have been over just the same as we saw W the other day.
True. But LTP comes in 1-0 on ENCE. They take the initiative, they take the aggression even, which maybe Cashback was not expecting of. They drive towards that cap, they put a lot of pressure, they force Cashback out of position early on without any strike availability and any means of resetting. And you could see how much it costs to like really get in there and start resetting the cap, right?
Yeah, it was quite interesting because normally we'd normally see teams like commit one way or the other towards the one side of the map, but Cashback kind of just had 1 or 2 tanks in every position, and that didn't really give them any kind of overmatch over the key areas of the map, right? Like Barbarian was by himself on the 0 line. He was never ever going to be able to push up, and they only had like 2 tanks in mid and then 2 tanks in the 1 line, which is just not enough to like make any kind of pressure across the map. And even though LTP were kind of surrounded in the middle of nowhere, they were never really in trouble.
Nobody really there fallen for Cashback in that regard. I mean, they still did the amount of damage, but LTP just had the initiative, took the round, and it's good for the match, of course. Cashback getting reminded that the teams in OLS are here for a reason, and that they're not just about to roll over.
I think that's something that we can bring up as well. Is looking at the teams going into this season, I think it is a stronger like pool of teams compared to last year. We had the likes of Conquest and my beloved Clueless. As much as the British bias came in clutch, well, it didn't come in clutch actually, but I feel like LTP and Ping, the 2 teams that are coming in, are stronger than what we had before.
You think the overall level went up?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
How much did they go up, Muff?
Maybe only slightly, but I mean, as we can see, I don't recall the likes of a Clueless or Conquest ever picking up a round against Cashback. I could be mistaken, but this is already like a pretty significant jump, right?
Battle number 2 though. LTP still in the kitchen, bringing double BAD, triple V4, and double E4.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got Cashback bring the Sentei X, which we saw LTP bring last time. Then we got a Bliska, 1v4, 1e3, then double e4, and the Wheezy TD, the old reliable with the, I believe it's 395 heat pen, or is it over?
The BZ?
Yes.
395, just like the 268. It's the same, I think, 395.
I'm not too big a fan of it though, personally. Just because of the armor profile. Like, I know it's a very, very powerful tank, but if you compare it to like those E4s, I don't feel like it's actually that strong, because it can kind of get buttered up by the E4 APCR rounds. And LTP, they're doing it again. They're going straight for the cap.
Well, this time around though, Liberty already on that strike on the field. He's not going to be caught off guard there either. Taking it, and that will of course stop the cap off. But this is the city versus field clash. Which one do you prefer?
Yeah, well, look at these bat chats. So they're about to run headfirst into some Juggernaut TDs, and if they're not careful, they could get blown up, and Nepal takes a lot of damage. 2 shots straight to the face, already down to just 1.2. I don't know why he's so surprised that there's tanks here. The strike comes in on towards the cap circle. There's 20 seconds left, but LTP this time, it's not going quite as they would have wanted.
They're still in it though, but they're down 2,000. You can see pressure coming through already from ISET here in the north with that V4 finding an angle towards Noxious and A-King, who are trying to push back towards this. Sitting here in position to start clipping out this V4. He gives 1, he gives 2, but still LTP quite a while away from a retaliation in this battle. Actually, ISET misses the shot there, sitting now on reload. Coming back in 13 seconds, but 4,000 HP lead, and you can see them now push back across that 5-6 line rail with those cashback tanks trying to pincer A-King and Noxious maybe even, or Signups in that V4 who's still left in the cap trying to play his angles, but LTP doing a decent job at keeping themselves in the battle, at least in terms of HP and tanks, but they're slowly but surely just all starting to die, and A-King is the very first one. Noxious is the second, and Cashback in round number 2, they don't really seem to be getting surprised by this double bad shot whatsoever, Moff.
Yeah, I just wonder if it was a very conscious decision by them to just commit to one side and go for the strike, because ultimately that's what cost them in the previous round here, and Cashback striking back with force. It's going to be a 7-0 on the board. LTP, they picked up the first round, but Cashback just showing us why they were the previous champions.
Yeah, well, 7-0 on Ensk, just quickly wiping away that first round that LTP took, but even Stevens coming out of Ensk, I think LTP would always sign up for this.
Yeah, 1-1, if you look at it before the match had actually started, 1-1 from that map is pretty good, and now we get to go on towards Muravanka, which, you know, it was the new map of last season, and we were wondering how the meta would evolve. Now I feel like that has kind of settled down a little bit, but somehow teams still seem to get surprised by these fast cap strategies on Muravanka.
I think teams have played against them so much now, Moff, that they kind of have a clue on how to play against it. So you would hope, right? Caps,
you would hope
caps
that,
still happen,
I recall, I was watching the OCS games streamed by the beloved Lynx, the amazing Clean Feed Observer, and I believe it was Lotus, the team that obviously got relegated because they swapped out a bunch of players, and there's a whole like Polish roster shuffle drama there. But they actually got capped out like in one of the games that they played there. So it does still happen. That's for sure. You got to be able to set up to deal with it appropriately. But like you said, the team should have the protocols there and know how to correctly react to it this time around.
Liberty coming to, well, not top in damage because our different Kian doesn't know how to sort, but Muravanka, yeah, Moff, we talked about quick cap plays. We also mentioned that there was a little bit of a balance patch, right? Do you think this is going to affect Muravanka?
Not really. I mean, it's possible. I think the biggest detail change is actually not having the ability from the start of the battle. Oh, it's not actually in effect.
Wow, you baited me. You actually baited me.
Okay. Well, I just assumed because I'd read the announcement. And
I blame
Moff.
I didn't keep 100% back. It's on Moff.
That's my bad. But either way, I don't think it's going to really change that much.
Let's reiterate the question. When the balance patch happens, do you think it will change a lot for Muravanka?
It's possible because of the lack of speed at the start of the round. And 25% damage reduction does, like, you know, it opens up the window for like some heavies, more like the M5Y, for example. But I don't think there's going to be a fundamental shift, but I might be contradicted by what I'm seeing in front of me right now.
Triple for to the U, CS, an AX, another CS, and an E100 for LTP.
Yeah, they're taking us in a bold new direction. We haven't seen anything like this on Muravanka in the past. 3 430Us, and then it's pretty much all medians apart from the one heavy of the E100 and Cashback. leaning even further into the Batchat meta, we talked about how powerful the DPM is on that tank, despite it being a clipper, because the ability allows you to pretty much get instant reloads off. And they've got an EBR to sack, so they're going to clearly try and deny any kind of info for the side of LTP. We've got the Hurricane of Joy, that is a CS63 going to push straight into that strike early on. Squeezy's not going to be able to push him out of that.
Yeah, the EBR cannot really do anything about that. So info's going to be taken quick cap into effect, but it does look like the EBR, although he can get reset though there, Squeezy, and he does get reset, blind even, and Joy has another strike moth, which means that they cannot take it. They're going to have to block another way.
Yeah, the time is going to be running low here, and you can see the Foch B of Barbarian is going to have to drive forwards here, and they don't really have the best tanks to try and counter this strike, but the Tasak is coming in with some clutch resets. I'm not even sure how he has an angle from there, because the 430Us, if they're not peaking, they shouldn't really be getting reset. There's 20 seconds left now on the cap. The strike is being taken once again, but again it's reset because a plane comes in, I believe, on towards that strike on the 7 line. 15
seconds now. The strike is going to be taken on the east side for the boys from Cashback, but no, there's actually a reset there, Moff, yet again. Onto that EBR, I think that was done with that mini strike from the CS63, but the Tasak, like you said, is just being a nuisance, just getting those HE decaps on those for 30Us.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to how he's actually managing to get those angles. The plane comes in on towards the cap again, so they're spotted. Now we've got the Frenchies, the French autoloaders against the French players coming in to try and get some reset angles. Baby needs to be careful about how he wants to play this, because they could just all turn and slap him straight in the face, but he fires off a shot, he fires off a second. There's only 1 second left on the cap. They need to reset the guy who has the cap points, which is probably Synops at this point, and they haven't done it!
Oh, but look at the HP though.
Again?
Look at the HP outside of that. Okay, let's take into account that they did reset Moff. The HP was not looking good either.
Yeah, even if they managed to reset the 430Us, they would have been a pretty powerful. They would have been able to just push off, right? And then they could just do cleanup crew and. Oh, how has it happened again, Darky? We were just talking about this, about teams should have protocols in place to prevent this from happening.
I don't think they've gotten capped too much by 430Us before though, Moff.
No, that's true, but it doesn't have to be 430Us though, does it? Like, you can still hide there with all kinds of other tanks, and Liberty has 100 capture points of reset, but only 31 damage, just sniping away from range, and I feel like the lineup that Cashback brought is just really ill-suited for the way that LTP is playing in this game. They bring double light, and then they've got a Foch B, and they've got like triple bats. They don't really have any kind of anchor tank that can just play hold down and peek for resets.
I don't know if that's a lineup that you really want to play against LTP either. One that is this light, when you know that they're not the greatest of teams. I think that's fair to say. So they're more likely to get pushed towards the cap, no?
Maybe we could say that. I think it's just it just seems too experimental. I mean, it's very easy for us to say that right now because it obviously didn't work.
Imagine LTP wins this.
Yeah, imagine. We would get. That's true. LTP with the new rules, LTP actually have a point already because they've gone on to match point. So even if they lose in tiebreaker, they do actually get 1 point on the board, which is very good for them. You know, like, we keep saying it, but like the further we go into this match, like, it looks really good. Even if they were to lose right now, you still take 1 point against Cashback. But at the moment, Cashback look like they're the team that's in trouble.
Okay, I don't know if I'd go as far as in trouble more.
Well, they're on match point. If they lose the next,
it's the best of 5. You're literally always on match point. But if LTP win this, it would be funny though.
It would be very funny.
They don't have the side to cap from though, but maybe they'll try again. And they will try the 430Us again, this time around though with an RHM, a CS double bat and an E100.
Yeah, they're changing it up a little bit here. And then we got Cashback bringing a BZ-75, the M5Y, which is a tank that I said tipped that it would be picked a lot more because it's gotten a buff recently, and it had the ability buff to the bounty hunter ability there. 277. I'm not a fan of the 277, but it does have specific use cases. Then we've got double Batchat, Foshby again, and the Tasak. So Cashback really leaning into this Tasak meta that we saw blossom last year.
I don't know if the Tasak is really that great of a tank against LTP either, though. You want to have something that deals the damage. I mean, right now, the Tasak doesn't have a single TD to shoot at either, which I would say is its biggest strength, no?
It is its biggest strength, but the second utility of the Tasak, of course, is that it can sort of spray transfer on towards the radar tower, but that has not come in. That has not happened. Nepal has he's just snatched it away before Liberty could even do anything about it, and now LTP with full info. They have control over strike, they have control over the middle of the map as well, and looks pretty good for LTP right now. Noxious crossing in the open takes one shot from range as the double 430U push in towards that mid part of the map. They're going to be low profile tanks with sturdy turrets, going to be hold down. Synops crossing over, trying to get over towards the Magic Forest here, because at the moment LTP look like they have an overmatch, but Cashback, they're already bailing.
Yeah, and they won't catch Squeezy or Baby either. Nepal missing, but the shot coming out from the Batchat, but the Nepal miss is more important in this regard, of course, Mov, because do not forget that he wants to get a plane, and these double Batchats are currently driving into their destiny, you would say. Liberty getting spotted out in the open. Conquistador wants to kill him. He won't. Zitten getting peeked by those double Batchats from the zero line, taking a lot of damage. Minus 1.5 does get despotted just at the end, but here comes Istead. Here comes Little in the first B and the 277, and LTP seems to be caught off guard as Zitten will just about make it around the corner. Little peeking though for the kill. He will find it, pops his ability as well, so he's going to clip out onto his Synops now, who is not very happy with that. Conquistador retaliating on towards Squeezy though. Istead coming in with that 277. Needs to be careful with those peaks. Synops gonna get the shot. I think he can. He connects it as well. Joy gives one. Noxious with the finish. No, with the pounds. Istead will get one more because of that. Now though, they need to convert on towards this first B. They're still 3,000 down. The E100 is getting pummeled in the middle of the map as well, but if they can blow up Istead, maybe that will bring them the difference that they're looking for. The Batchat still evacuating of Baby as well. Can they catch something more here? Can they get another one? Baby still on the run, still on the move. The 100 surviving. Baby gets put out, but they're turning back in towards the forest. The Mivi, full HP, Barbarian potentially not in the best of positions in that BZ-75. He needs to get out of there as well.
He does, but he will have rocket boosters available in order to
not many
go as fast as he can, unless he's run out of them
he
already.
Used like
but he's
3 or 4 in the beginning alone.
He's trying to get over that ridgeline. Nepal is going to poke up, and does he get spotted? He doesn't actually get spotted. He does now. He's going to take a whole lot of damage, and LTP looking to hunt the kill down here, and if they can pick this kill up, we've got Aching who's taking the mid strike and has taken it in the E100, still alive on just 8 HP, and now LTP, they have a 2 guns advantage in this game. Aching on just 8 health, but he gets HE'd by Liberty in the Tasak, so no strike.
Nepal's plane just about missing Baby there. That was very close of well of hitting. It was like I don't know, 10 meters off, but now it's a 4-on-3 off. And the Mivi here seems to have not been doing too much in this battle. She's been driving around. Joyce crossing over. He will spot out Aka. Will he get the shot in return? No, he will not. So Aka gives one. Doesn't take any in return. Good trade there for the Mivi.
It is a good trade. And importantly, we've got both light tanks alive for either team here, which is very important for the info game, but you have to wonder that the sack of Liberty, it's going to be difficult for him to be able to find sort of usefulness in this late game, apart from providing planes. Noxious now trying to run away. Aka crossing over, takes 2 shots, pops his ability immediately and starts to heal a little bit of that back. Noxious, is he going to take another one on leaving? No, he's not, so he's critically not going to be a one-shot here. Nepal is taking the radar once again, and Liberty also fails with the Tasak to spray transfer and sort of prevent him from taking the radar there. Nepal, that's twice that he's managed to take it straight under Liberty's nose.
Yeah, and Liberty there spraying but not connecting, and right now, I mean, Aka will collect the strike, but there's no one-shots on the LTP side.
No, there's no one-shots.
Are they going to try and push him? It looks like they're going for it.
I don't think that's a good idea because I think Aka has too much HP.
They reset him.
But they prevent it.
That's a good strike.
They reset the strike, so now Aka is not going to be able to strike them as they push in towards him. So if the timing is good here, Joy needs to take the first shot. They need to spread the HP between them.
Yeah, and Synapse getting spotted out as well. He doesn't take one. He pops his ability. He does take one actually from the backlines. Joy needs to shield, but Synapse drives past the hurricane of Joy and falls in return for that. And now you can see the conversion though. Baby and Liberty moving on towards Nepal. They need to pick up this Mivi. Have they tried too much? Have they gone too far? Noxious down towards a one-shot. Does Baby get it on the move? He does, because Noxious was still sitting out in the open and LTP had everything and anything going for them. And now Nepal in the open as well. Liberty not with a plane available. He does take an HG shot to the face. Can he kill Nepal? No, Nepal's still alive. But Baby with the finish, and just like that, I think LTP has thrown away their chances of winning this match. Sign-ups there, big mistake, Moff.
Yeah, and it all came crumbling down, right? And I think we can very much attribute that to sort of inexperience in these late game scenarios and sort of not playing as clean as you need to. I mean, it's very difficult, right? Because Cashback are doing everything that they possibly can to prevent that from happening. The strike does come in on Liberty. He tried to bait it out, I think, but he still takes the damage, so he will be a one-shot, but Baby has already found Joy here, so unless he bounces all of his shots... oh, he does bounce another shot! If he can load HE or get a ram shot, maybe... Is he gonna... No, it's not gonna happen.
No, and the strike there, he went to A1, but even then, I think Liberty would finish it off. And LTP losing this battle. I don't think the play against the Mivi was bad. I just think that Synapse and Noxious both played it very badly at the end. Noxious for not having the awareness of driving behind the building and being safe from the bat. He was 700 HP. They still win the game, IMO. But he got shot by Baby twice, who was spotted, I think, driving in. But Synapse as well, just overshooting it, driving past the Hurricane and getting killed by the Mivi. If he doesn't do that, they would have another tank alive, and I don't think they lose at that point, Moff.
Well, neither of them should die, really, if we think about it. Because Noxious, he should just be... In that moment, you should be in third person. You should have like your auto aim lock on towards the M5Y. I'm not saying he should auto aim the shot like when he's shooting at the M5Y, but you need to be aware of your surroundings in that moment. And he definitely could have gotten safe behind the building. Synapse equally could have gotten safe, but in the end, Cashback, they pull through and they will take it to a tiebreaker decider.
That was closer than you wanted it to be for Cashback. They honestly should have lost this.
Yeah, they should have. Especially when we look like it happened super early in the game, right? But that double bat that overcommitted for LTP, I believe it was Tankistador, and I can't remember who the other one was, but both of them, they overcommit, and if they hadn't done that, or if the team had gone with them more decisively, then they should be winning this round, right?
Well, tiebreaker is going to be Himmelsdorf between these two.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Have we seen him? Did you watch Himmelsdorf in day one? I don't remember.
I don't think we had it. No.
No, but we have seen it in the Winter Invitational last year, I believe, and we've seen it in like OCS games as well. So, what can we expect from this map?
Kind of depends what style they want to go for. You could have some hill-oriented plays, but you could also have plays that are orientated over the middle and the 8 line. We've seen that a lot, or even 1-2. I mean, they're all possibilities. To be honest, it kind of depends. I think we're like Cashback and LTP. We're bound to see probably less hill and more like mid fight from potentially Cashback. LTP is an unknown factor. You cannot always predict what they're going to do, but it's hard to come back from having tanks on the hill and getting pushed on the lower side.
I think that's the key thing, right? Is how do you divide up your forces across the map, and how do you take hill control without overcommitting too many resources to it, and then just getting overmatched on the bottom side of the map. But I think the most common thing that we'll probably see is, like you say, aggression just straight through the middle, just trying to get an early pick in the round. or something I saw from Aurora, which is one of the OCS teams. They sort of like fully committed to playing 1-2 and just sort of camped out while controlling the cap and controlling one of the strikes, but I'd be interested to see how effective that kind of idea is.
I mean, so far I think just the straight pushes are the ones that net the most results. We have yet to see a lot of a team go over hill with many and take it away. Although you never know, it depends on how the meta involves. Like slowly but surely, you may see more and more tanks go hill, and then less and less. That's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. Now, Moff, after seeing 4 rounds, and your prediction was 3-0, would you like to apologize to LTP?
Make a formal apology to LTP.
I mean, now or later.
Should I write it in French? Je ne parle pas bien français.
Whatever you want, I'm fine with either, to be honest. But
well, we'll see if they win first. You know, they've got to go through that.
It's very sad for them. They really should have taken this Muro IMO. They were so close to it. And if they lose it, they're gonna be like, that Muro, man, that Muro. But the funny thing was still the E100 dying to the Tsac, because the Tsac doesn't care about what armor it's really shooting at. It's always gonna do a little bit of damage with the HE, right? So the 8 HP E100 getting killed by a Tsac with HE. Yeah, I take back what I said about the Tsac. The Tsac was the best possible choice they could have had, because if Akin gets another strike out there as well, it could have been really annoying, depending on who he hits with it. But the Tsac was actually the best possible thing to kill that E100.
I mean, RHM HE could still just kill him.
Yeah, but it takes longer.
Like, it doesn't... Wait, he only had 8 health to begin with before he even started shooting, so I don't think it would have changed anything.
Where you get to armor not penetrated, and then you die.
Okay, so if we're gonna go down that road, then the Tsac is definitely much better. It's got like 5 million shells
exactly
in the magazine.
Exactly, so a random bounce doesn't make it worse for you.
Yeah. One more thing I wanted to bring up is, so we got Himmelsdorf now, but the map that it's obviously replaced in the pool is El Haluf. And
sad, I liked El Haluf.
I was going to say I'm not disappointed, but I feel like it should have been Airfield that should have been swapped out. I would rather El Haluf over Airfield in the pool.
I think all the maps are so fast that having one that is ultra slow is not a bad thing.
No, that's a fair point.
Because
like for the sake of variety, because most of the rounds are like
all the other ones are
around
super
2
fast,
to 3 minutes.
All the other ones are super fast. Airfield is the one that is like super slow in comparison, but not necessarily a bad thing, no?
I mean, you could say that, but I don't know. Maybe it's the TikTok brain, the Zoomer brain in me, but I just find it incredibly boring to watch. It's just teams sitting, holding angles against each other for 7-8 minutes and basically playing for a draw if they're only 1 kill up or they have more damage over the other team. But yeah, sad to see El Haluf go.
I like the brawl on
the Himmels in the north. Yeah, I mean the problem with El Haluf is that basically the entire rest of the map is like kind of useless, right?
Not really anymore, though. We saw a lot of teams starting to utilize that right side of the map a lot more, like Hit and Run did in WCI and at different points as well. I thought it was getting less brawly and more like outside control, but controlling the nerves is what both of these teams have to do to win this match. One round decides it all. Who gets the lion's share of the points that are up for grabs here? Himmelsdorf will be the decider between LTP and Cashback. Believe it or not, the Frenchies actually making it all the way to tiebreaker. A commendable performance so far.
Yeah, I think if they were to lose right now, then, you know, with hindsight, you would say it's still a pretty good day, right? You'd still pick up 1 point for the scoreboard for tiebreaker. I mean, we're talking like they've already lost the round. Like it's a bit disrespectful at this point, but they've also, I think they also get to pick the side that they want to play because they had the fast cap in the first round of Ensk, which could be an advantage, but I'm not really sure which side you'd actually want to play at the moment.
I honestly have no idea, Muff.
The only thing that comes to mind is that I'm fairly confident that trying to go in towards the objectives in the middle, the radar and the strike, I'm pretty sure, don't like quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's easier to take them from the south compared to the north, the timings at least. But as for that, apart from that, I don't really know.
Well, lineups though, Muff. The 430U reigning supreme on both sides. LTP bringing 3, and then a V4, a W4, and a AX to round it off, Muff.
Yeah, it's very curious that 430U has suddenly started getting picked up. What wasn't really any changes to that tank. Actually, no, there was a change to the ability of this tank this season, because if you look on the left-hand side, you can see the tanks, the 430Us, they all get level 1 charge immediately at the start of the game, which means that as soon as they get into the fight, they can pop that ability and start DPMing, which could be the difference maker here, but both teams going straight towards that cap circle. We've got triple 430U for the side of LTP, gonna meet the double 430U from Cashback.
Yeah, but they got to do something here though, because they have more tanks around this part of the map. So Akin currently getting pressured in the middle of the map. He needs his 430U friends to potentially push on towards Squeezy. They're doing that now. They're popping the abilities and popping around the corner as well as the BZTD from Barbarian pushing down the 8-line. Signups, Noxious and Tankistador are trying to get Squeezy out of this battle. Signups actually shielding Squeezy against his own teammate. That's not what you like to see. The HP still on even Stevens between both these two. Twilight now forced to back off, but Little, they're not in the greatest position. Aking is the first one down for LTP, who need to continue down the 2-line with these 430Us. They find Twilight, but Liberty's still waiting there as well. They seem to have lost a lot of HP in the last 10 seconds. But these 430Us just chewing through that 268 V4, and now Liberty caught in no man's land as well. Little, they're still behind his hold on, but that's about to be compromised as Liberty gets released from the battle, as now Iset coming in with his VZTD to clean up signups. Barbarian going for Nepal. Cashback up in HP, equalizing the number of the guns. But finally, another kill here. Little down towards a one-shot as well. LTP still has potential, Moff, but they seem to be just trailing left, right, and center.
Yeah, but Joy is permatracked here. He can't fully rotate his turret, but Tankistador picks up the kill critically. Now Eyes is trying to put a shot in towards Joy, who doesn't have the ability available. Neither of them have ability available, and now it's a 2 versus 3. The strike is being collected by Barbarian right now, which could be important, but no one's actually a one-shot right now. Joy is, once his ability runs out, but they're going to go straight for Eyes here, while Barbarian is out of the fight, and with the ability active, Eyes there is potential to permatrack him here. Joy is looking to try and pick up the kill, but doesn't want to overcommit round the corner. They do find the kill, and now Barbarian in a 1v3. Joy doesn't have ability, so he will fall to the strike. And now it's a 1 versus 2. All the HP is on Barbarian, but these two 430Us, they've got so much DPM, and they have fully rotatable turrets, which is a pretty huge advantage. Barbarian, the one thing that is in his favor is that Tankistador is a one-shot for the strike.
And so is Noxious. He's a one-shot to Barbarian.
He is, if he average rolls.
With a reduced RNG. Ooh, Noxious gets put out. Barbarian gets it. The snap, the flick. Noxious not angling well. Ay, 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 ay. And yet again, LTP. Oy, oy, oy. Noxious was expecting something, but it wasn't that. And he was angled very, very badly for what Barbarian was actually doing. And just like that, the 2v1 becomes a 1v1. And Barbarian is like, well, we're winning on damage dealt, guys.
Yep, he's just gonna park the bus like they do in football, and he's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna sit on the strike and then wait for Tankistador to come to him. The only way that Tankistador could win this game, realistically, is if he gets behind Barbarian somehow and permatracks him before Barbarian gets a strike available. But Barbarian holding the angle perfectly. What a performance. 4 kills in the round. He just went around picking up all those kills on the pesky DPM mediums, and That was a brilliant performance.
Yeah, Barbarian literally carrying his team across the finish line. I do think we need to see a lot of goat emojis as a celebration for Bebra doing his team a favor and bringing them across the finish line, because that's 2 rounds in a row where you could argue that they should have lost, but they do end up taking it home. Yeah, their Joy, no ability, and dies to that strike. That's normal, but the 2v1 Moth could have been played out a lot better. Strikes available, info available. I mean, when they're up, like, the thing is, Moth Barbarian can go to the cap, right? But what he cannot do is actually cap in a 2v1. He needs to somehow isolate one of them and kill them. He needs 2 strikes as well to do that, while they also have strikes available. It's not that easy for him to play it out whatsoever.
No, it's certainly not. And look at that hit rate as well. 7 out of 7 shots fired. But I do have a bit of sympathy for, was it, which one was it? Was it Noxious, the one who died over peaking around the corner? I do have a bit of sympathy, because the reason he's gone there is because he wants to try and cut off the rotation or the angles for Barbarian to make any kind of push, right? He wants to be able to, like, lock him in to that one strike that he's capturing, so that he can't move. But with the buffed RNG, sorry, the reduced RNG in Onslaught, tanks, these high alpha TDs, they basically just become flick shot gods, and Barbarian just absolutely claps him.
Well, that was match number 1 done and dusted. We will take a short break to watch some replays, and when we get back, the action will continue. Enjoy the replays.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here. And you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Onslaught Legends Series Day 2. We've had match 1 of the day, heading into match number 2, Bobbers versus W.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm not feeling at all confident about my predictions for the rest of today, based on how the first one went. And, you know, I'm going to lean back into that original point I had about questioning whether the league is stronger as a whole, like the floor of the league is higher, and LTP at least have definitely proven that. And the further we go into the season, we're going to get more and more proof as to what the relative form of these two teams are. Going into this one, I predicted 3-1 for W, but I'm already having doubts.
Doubting yourself this early, Moff, already. But yeah, Bobbers here, they are a lineup that did a miracle to qualify. Let's put it that way. We all expected Lodis to do it, but they didn't. So they ended up on top and qualified, and now they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, they do, but we have to remember as well, some people will be familiar, of course, that the core of this team is the lineup from Conquest that we saw in the previous season of the OLS, and they didn't really manage to get too much done when they were here before. They were relegated in the first stage last time out, and they became kind of renowned for sort of YOLO cap strategies. And fortunately for them, I feel like W, based off of the existing evidence that we have, is exactly the perfect team to do cap strategies against.
Yeah, W seem to struggle a lot when the enemy starts capping. Indeed, that is one of the things that you can apparently surprise them with from time to time, as they didn't have a good run against Cashback whatsoever. And now they need to prove themselves against Bobbers, where they're heavily favored.
Yeah, I think people are just going off of the sort of the name brand from what we saw last year, and although W are kind of renowned for this very hit and miss with their form kind of team, they did have a lot of strong performances last year where they sort of took the fight to the top 4 teams in the league at the time, which is showing that they do have it within them to play these good games of World of Tanks. But unfortunately, last time out was not one of them.
Nope, it was not indeed. But W needs to start picking up points for phase 2. You don't want to have to let your fate be decided at the very end, Moff. So for them, they're probably already very happy to see Cashback lose some points, for example, against LTP. That is good for all those teams.
It is good for everyone,
yeah.
Right? The points are shared around, but I don't think Cashback's really the competition that they want to be explicitly focusing on. We've got the map picks and bans coming out. Airfield being picked by Bobbers, which is not really at all a surprise, because this team, I mentioned the core last year of Conquest, it was their most played map in the league. They didn't have great success on it though, so they do like the map, but they don't really seem to win on it very much. And Mira being picked by W, also not a surprise. It was one of their most played maps last year.
Yeah, I mean, no real surprises. If it happens to be the case that we need a tiebreaker, it would be Ensk coming out.
Yeah, and I don't think either team has a particularly good track record on Ensk. I know that Frugo, the captain of W, at one point said that Ensk is the best Onslaught map, but we haven't seen that come through in the performances on it.
Well, I mean, it takes one thing to think it's the best map and the other thing to execute. You know, Moff, theory and practice are not always as close.
Yeah, it's always much easier to yap than it is to do it yourself, right?
Why do you think you hadn't started making map guides?
You know, why do you think I'm here and not playing? Anyway, we should mention as well, future British talent. We should mention as well the new wave of talent in W, right? The likes of Splatty and Eos being brought into the team. And my initial talking point was going to be maybe these guys aren't so scarred from the failures of the past of international lineups, but they've already gotten a taste of that in match number 1, of course. And look at that, we're all pretty lined up, but this time it's Phil who's the standout. No respect.
I can't
for the
believe that you
Bobas.
guys are still getting 1 point for the prediction you did last match. That's
We
crazy.
knew all along, right?
You guys
we
didn't
knew
know
all
anything,
along.
but you know, keep telling yourself that.
I think we get the same amount of points for that one as you did.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
despite being completely wrong in
Yeah.
the opposite direction. But yeah, I think 1 point here is the reason I went 3-0 Cashback is because Cashback have a far better reputation as this kind of like brick wall team that's got like way more consistency compared to W, for example. Still a good team, but they always have like these kind of sloppy errors, as we've seen in the past. So that, for me, that's where the 1 point I'm giving to Bobas comes in, because I'm just naturally assuming that they're gonna cap out at some point.
The W curse, getting capped out on every map. Something along those lines. Lineup number 1 though. W, Bat, Gorilla, Jagdpanzer, Mino, E4, EBR, RHM.
Meanwhile, Bobas are going with a Batchat, double Minotauro, then they've got triple E4 and Dady in the RHM. So a much more varied lineup from W. This is kind of what we saw from them in Matchday 1, where they've got like this super varied lineup with tanks that have very specific roles. So the Jagdpanzer, I'm really curious about where he's going to be sitting. I'd imagine that he's just going to go towards the mid and sit on the cap circle. The EBR of Brainbreaker, we've seen a lot. The EBR just going straight for the radar in B6, so we'll see if he manages to get there.
I mean, Brainbreaker crossing over. Does D spot him out? It does seem to be the case that D does find the shot, the spot, but not the shot, as Brainbreaker gets across to the radio tower, where he does take one from the bad shot. It was a bad peek from him. Probably was still adjusting, but they will get the info. Now, what do they do with it?
That is the question, and at the moment, both teams, we're just doing the classic airfield camp right now as they try to just settle into their opening positions. I'd imagine at some point, ooh, a big shot there in towards Tank Elite. That's the Griller from downtown, all the way in the back, and the Griller is not sitting traditionally where we would expect him to be. He's actually in B0, which gives him different angles on towards these guys.
He did get planed, but he doesn't take any. Ooh, Desti's re-pushing. Can Desti get across here without taking too much damage?
They're not holding the angle.
Frugo's
He's
speaking,
spotted
though.
late though.
Yeah, spotted late, but he does cross over, and now he's getting peeked by the EBR. He takes a shot as well from the RHM from the back. That last second spot now, the plane coming in as well from Klur. Brainbreaker is going to play peekaboo now, trading 1 for 1, if you would imagine, with HE, and then he will slowly win. Or should.
I think that's worst case scenario for Bobas, because Dady is now just stuck there, right? He can't do anything, and all he can do is sit there and pre-aim Brainbreaker, and it's going to be a much worse shot for him as well, because Brainbreaker can peek, like, kind of hold down, and Dady's not even safe in that position as well, and he's out. He's done.
Well, he also finds the kill with the strike that he picked up from the middle, and W now in the driving seat in battle number 1. The EBR has the beeline. He'll take the info back. Danny is stuck. They're already surrounded by the bad shot from the south from Yoss. So, Flawless looks to be in a lot of trouble, Moff.
Yeah, we should say, though, the cooldown on the strikes is not quite there, so they could potentially cap out, but they're not going to bother that. They're just going to push straight through, and the damage already taken is significant. Lemmy just committing in here, trying to get his team pushing forwards. Flawless peeking from behind, and they're actually doing quite a bit of damage here, but they're taking damage all the while as well. And now the batch-out of Eos is going to come in from the back lines, and he's going to get a free clip out, get his ability activated, and it's just going to be a farming fiesta for him. But the HP is still pretty close right now. They are picking up the kills. Tarks is going to fall now shortly as well. Danny is retaking control of the north radar tower. We've got Brainbreaker being forced to bail out in the south, but if you look at the guns, the type of tanks that W have to play with here in the late game, surely they're going to be favored.
I mean, Yoss still has a lot of HP as well. Yoss there in that bad shot, the Archons flanking towards the strike. But yeah, Moff, it is weird to see them get this close to losing, but they're still very, very controlled in this battle. You would even, I think, like to see the bad shot boost up, but he's going to take the strike while Klur flanks around. They'll still win it. I think it will just take a little bit longer now.
It is going to take a bit longer, and all that while, the EBR of Brainbreaker is doing a couple shots of damage, just chipping away at them, and that's the kind of tone that we're going to be setting here for the late game. They're just going to be trying to chip away at them from range. Strike comes in towards Yossi, who activates his ability to not take as much damage, but I liked the attempt from Bobas, because when you're one tank down like that, you lose your light. You know that the longer the game goes on for, the more likely it is that you're going to lose. So they just make an instant decision. Okay, we're going to push. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we're going to try and give ourselves the best possible chance to win this game. And to be fair, they do at least have a chance now. It's not a very good one, but it's definitely better than it would have been if they just sat there.
Seem a little bit indecisive still on the W side, though.
I think being cautious is... You know, if you're not 100% sure about what you want to do, then it is better to do nothing here rather than make a commitment and get yourself killed. Brainbreaker looks to be moving through the south. He's got super high camo, so he's going to be able to cross in towards the back lines of the Bobas. There is still the potential that he gets caught by a Batchat here. It all just depends on the timing, but Danny has missed that window. He's going over towards the balcony now to try and spot that cross. Little does he know, Brainbreaker has already broken through.
Nerf now boosting up on the balcony. Behind these triple TDs will find a free shot onto the side of Tank Elite. Still 6 seconds left, though. Yoss will be forced to block more likely than not. Klurf taking a big one. Klurf taking another one. And Klurf taking another one. And he's dead.
He is dead. And now Danny... Oh, Danny's in trouble, though, because he is one clippable for Eos. Can the TDs put in some shots in the back line? No, Eos has managed to get safe. Danny is going to be able to drop off. He does live there. And now Eos is in trouble because he's got 3 TDs pushing towards him. Brainbreaker picks up the kill on towards Danny. Can Eos get out of the situation? Jackifer is going to be putting in some good shots from the back of the map in the Grilla. And once again, W is still in a strong position, but... it's not as strong as it probably should have been.
Yoss getting a shot on Flawless as well. Brainbreaker still behind him, but EBR picking up damage more every second. Now Tankily trying to drive back into the base in his E4 is going to get caught off guard as well. And I think the story remains the same. I think that W is going to win this game. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
Yep, they just reset the playing field once again, and it's just always like this when you've got the light tanks and the fast mediums in the late game, and you have time to play with, you have HP to play with. It's just nothing that they can really do about it. Yossi's going to have to make some kind of gamble play. Perhaps load HE and try and get a cheeky shot on towards Brainbreaker. He does do so, which is good, but now Jackifer says hello, and Yossi is removed from the game. So just 2 guns left remaining for the side of Bobas.
Yeah, now Flawless trying to take the strike. Eos seems to have found an angle, or it seems to think he has an angle on his position. He finds the shot. Brainbreaker will find the strike, so Flawless backing off from that one. The strike comes out, the shot from the Gorilla, another one down, and now Tanky lead, the last one standing.
Just Tanky lead left, and Brain is on the hunt. He's gonna see if he can figure out where he is. His position is now revealed, and Jackifer, with the ability active, picks up the kill. I'd love to see how much damage he's done, because he got so many opportunities to shoot people from range. I reckon he's got at least 6k.
No, 5.
You don't think so?
No, maybe 5.
I remember he got a shot in the beginning of the game, and then he probably got at least 2 when Bobas were doing the first push.
Okay, maybe 5.5. I think Brainbreaker has like 4 or 5k as well, though.
Yeah, he was doing some good shooting in the EBR, and that does rack up over time. He got 1 early shot in the beginning. I think he probably... Yeah, 7k. He did a lot of damage in that game. just goes to show the
Seven,
power.
Never mind, I take it. I was right about Brainbreaker at least.
Yeah. And that EBR, I'd love to see what equipment he's running, because there is quite a bit of variance in EBR equipment, and Daddy. Like, it was a nice idea from Daddy. If the timing was a little bit more in his favor, if he was able to push up completely unspotted, then perhaps it could have worked out.
Can he kill the... Yeah, I guess he can kill the... No, he does kill the EBR.
No, I'm not sure if he can kill him safely, though.
He does.
Because
Grella can't shoot that. Not from... Grella would need to be, like, ultra well positioned for it, and he wasn't at that point.
But they had an RHM as well.
He was pushed across to him off. He wasn't on his side, he was on the enemy's side, so that means it's just a close peek every time at H3. I don't think they would be able to stop him from it.
Well, W take the first round win, but I have to say, I like what I saw from the Bobas in terms of they knew how to react, right? They just, it didn't come off for them, but they weren't content with just sitting there and just waiting to lose. They were more proactive.
I mean, Bobbers, I could see them also play slow from the east side. I want to see if W has something like quick, you know? I think quick cap plays might be the way forward against the Gorilla still, though. Forcing somebody on the cap, then, you know, killing him or doing a lot of damage, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the difficulty with that is that you need to be able to prevent them from taking strikes as well. And if you commit 3 guys onto the cap, then you don't have as many forces to stop that from happening. But W, they're moving away from the Grill 15 tactic. They've also dropped the EBR, so they've got EOS in an E100, they've got Brainbreaker on the Batchat, a Minotauro, triple E4, and then Cluff with the RHM.
What was the HD and the RHM, triple E4, double Mino, and the Batchat 25T. So, Bobber's not actually going for that more passive approach with the Gorilla, they're going for the battle. This could actually be a quick game.
Yeah, we've got quite similar lineups, I would say, from both these teams, both of them bringing a Batchat. The E100 is a curious choice. That got a turret buff, of course, in one of the more recent patches, which does make it a bit more hassle to deal with frontally. Also, the ability got buffed as well, only slightly though. It just gives a little bit more heal to itself and the rest of the team. But again, a very passive opening as Cluff looks to find a shot on someone crossing, but Danny is not going to give it to him.
They are going to commit into that strike with the Minotauro dropping in. That's Radim taking it. EOS will start the cap for the side of W, but that doesn't really do anything. It does give you some ability tick though.
It does. I think critically at the moment, they've got a bit of a hole in the defense from Bobas, because right now a Batchat Brainbreaker could cross straight into their spawn and there would be no one to spot him right now.
He seems a bit afraid though.
He doesn't think it's going to be free, which is probably the right assumption. Radar now being taken by Danny, and he has used it, so Boba's aware of all the tanks and the positions from the side of W, but both teams pretty happy to play it safe right now.
Slow and steady wins the race.
He is going for it.
Yeah, he's going now. I'm surprised they haven't sent anybody across the EF lane at the same time though, to pressure the cap as well, find the alternative angle, you know, like cap from the middle, cap with Yoss from the other side, and then force the strike to be used. Ooh, big shot there against Yozi. 45 seconds on the cap for Kefa and Darks, trying to peek, giving one to Danny and the Bat as well, who retreated, and Yoss there, of course. The E4 move, it's a tank that doesn't struggle penning E100s.
No, even with the turret buff. And Brain still going on this little tour of the Boba's spawn. There's not really going to be anything for him to find here, and if he ventures round far enough, then Dady should outspot him and then be aware of his position. Tank Elite now getting crossfired on the cap though. That's the Minotauro of Itox peeking out there. He's not completely hold down. He's not completely safe when he peeks like that in the Mina tower because he can get overmatched through the tracks, but it's still a pretty annoying position to deal with. And now 30 seconds on the cap. They do have a strikes though of Radium still, so the threat is not really that big an issue right now.
They will figure out all the positions again because they took the radio tower. So, nonetheless, they will know that there's a bad shot in their own base, and Klur falling back towards the B line in the meantime as well. They will be forced to block at some point.
Look at the rotation. Danny is moving together with Dady. And depends on the timing of all of this, but if they can pick up that Batchat for free, it's going to be kind of difficult to kill him in that position because you'll get covering fire from the RHM of Klurf, who is moving up towards the middle of the map. Now Dady spots out the Batchat of Brainbreaker. We've got 10 seconds left on the cap here, and apparently there isn't a strike available. It looks like the side of Boba's have already used it, but Brainbreaker drops down into the water. He's going to be impossible to kill there. Dady now pushing forwards. He's going to be in a very awkward spot now. He's stuck behind that rock. Brain, I'm not sure exactly if they know about his position right now, but if he peeks out, Dady could be in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, giving one from the RHM, then another one from the body. You can see Deji's HP still dropping a little further. He seems to be relatively safe, but here comes the repush from Bobbers. Yozi, though, he ain't pushing nowhere. He is going to be digging his grave as he has been taken out. Deji on the offside also falling. Brainbreaker facing off against Danny, but Danny does not have the clip potential to kill him. And this TD push right now getting punished by W. They're finding the overmatches that they need. They're moving on towards Radim as Danny is getting chased down by Klur from the RHM, which will keep Brainbreaker alive as well. So multiple angles available for the side of W as Danny will fall. Thank you, lead picks up Brainbreaker
fell as well.
Yeah, Klurf is deciding does he want to do this or not. He's like, yeah, I don't think I want to. Yoss pushing on towards Radim, gets the trackers on, gets the ram, but of course the ability of the Mino will prevent most of the damage from coming through. But Danny's still falling against Klurf, who took the more passive approach to do it, but they find it. And this repush move, yeah, they felt like they had to do something, right? Because Dejdi was in big trouble.
Yeah, they did, and unfortunately for Yozi, he was the first one pushing through. He would have actually survived, because I remember early on, he took quite a bit of damage for free, and if he hadn't taken that, then maybe this push would have been a bit more effective, but I still think ultimately Bobas would have lost the game just because they still lost the duel in the south, right? W still had Klurf alive in the RHM, and that is just the ultimately most important tank.
Yeah, and I mean, Brainbreaker could have even survived. Klurf was very healthy after that engagement, so even if Yosi survives, there will be angles established from their own base at some point. It would be very, very hard. 2-0 for W. Well deserved so far.
Yeah, they dealt with the threat that Bobas have posed, and I will maintain that I think the way Bobas are playing is like it's not that bad. Like they're still making sort of logical reactions and doing things that make sense to us, but the execution is just not quite there right now. And W look to be a team that's just a little bit of a cut above and just able to deal with the threat.
Remind me, what's the second map off?
Murovanka, I believe.
Murovanka. Captain, 1 minute 30. GG. Go next.
Yeah, the Bobas come back. They're just gonna cap them out twice and take it to tiebreaker. Or maybe we're gonna play another round of Airfield. Who knows?
Battle results. Jakifa having a good run today. He's probably very happy with that. 7k into 4k, proving why he's a standout player.
E4 is a lot of fun though to play.
E4 is the new.
It's a huge fun.
E4 is the new 60 TP from last season.
It is, but it's nicer to play.
If you've ever played 60p, E4 is basically the same in this current season of Onslaught, but For the big funny, you get like 90 millimeters of pen on your high explosive ammunition with 1100 alpha. So when all of these sweaty tryhards, these sweat lords, are playing their bad shots, you click intuition, you load HE, and you tap them for 1100.
Yeah, because they get the old HE as well, which is like it's 11. Is it 1150? 1150? I think it's 1150.
It's 1150. I thought it was 1100.
Either way,
subs,
it's super high HE alpha.
I'm looking it up right now. You're gonna owe me 5 subs, I think, or I'm gonna owe you 5. I'm not sure. HE 1100, 90 pen.
Fudge.
It's the same on the 268 and VZTD. They all have the old HE with 1100, which works really well against these bad shots because bad shot is spennable from the front, lower plates. Spendable from the side, and it's obviously very bettable from the back.
Yeah, and I think you get more pen than what the 60TP would have had as well.
I think the 60TP had like 60, 75. I'm not sure. Let me check. Actually, no, it's also 90. It's just
oh, that's interesting.
It's just 150 HE alpha difference, which is a lot, of course.
Not going to be any E4s on Mirabanka, though. We would expect some slightly more maneuverable tanks across the battlefield. Although, LTP did bring an E100 to one of their games. Let's see if... no, they're not going to go into the 430U meta that has been defined by Cashback and LTP. Both teams actually going to be going for the BZ75s. I absolutely hate this tank. I hate it so much.
Yeah, I don't like playing it either. It's just the gun is very annoying. It's not fun.
It's sort of the necessary evil, and you got to put like your kind of soldier players on those tanks, I would say, because you really don't ever actually get to do that much. You kind of just drive in, rocket boost around.
Well, the signal's back. So, BZs versus BZs. You can see W here orientated towards 1-2 line. And where's Bobbers going, Moff?
They are also going towards the 1-2. I wonder if there's going to be a cap attempt from the side of the Bobbers. We've got the CS going in towards the mid-strike of Yosi, but he's going to be met by Frugo. Frugo is pushing in here, but he's already taking damage on his way in. So, Frugo taking a lot of damage now. So Yosi, with the superior DPM, is going to be able to win that fight. Frugo must have just thrown his tank away for free because Radim's right there as well, and Bobbers, what looked like was going to be a traditional cap attempt, they've completely avoided it. They've gone round the outside. I'm not sure if this is going to work for them. They need to go up and over on towards Jakiva, but they're in a crossfire right now. They've got to break out of it.
Yeah, Jakiva here not realizing the threat of these tanks just pushing down. Takes a lot of damage there in that AX Brainbreaker, trying to make something happen, trying to kill Flawless, but he's just healing back. Darks comes in with that shot of the BZ, but it's a low alpha kill. Jakiva surviving though, and these BZs on the 3 line, they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, they got Frugo for free, but in return, they're giving up their lives relatively free as well. As Starks bounce, Yos in the E100 is just having easy pickings from that building, Moff. He's just sitting there with that 12.8, blasting away time and time again, picks out the last BZ, and Bobbers, they had Frugo. They didn't need to do what they did. They find Darks and bring the HP closer, but they're still in a losing position as Yosi gets picked up by a Brainbreaker from the 3 line. Radim now surrounded by the guns, and the Tasak of Klurf coming in as well. That will keep him perma-tracked. That's what the Tasak does. It keeps that tank just permanently tracked. You can hear him tap, tip, tap, tip, tap, keeping Radim tracked until he's about to be reloaded, and then Brainbreaker finds the kill, leaving Lemmy and Dejdi as last 2 tanks standing.
Yeah, an unwinnable situation for those 2 here. So it is going to be the quick 3-0 for W. Oh, dude, I put 3-1. Phil's going to get the accurate prediction, predicting 3-0 for W, as Klurf spams away to pick up the kill on towards Lemmy. But let's talk about what Bobbers were doing in that second phase of their game, because like you said, they had Frugo dead to rights. He was gone. He was out of the game. And then they just pushed underneath through the outside, and I think they were worried that they were gonna get overmatched because they were initially in the cap, right? I think they were scared that they were gonna get pushed and have no one to support them
They
from
went
their
to
team.
three line is okay, but they just went too far, you know.
Yeah, I think they could tuck in. Could they tuck in like F3?
Yeah, the building would still be in the way between them and yours. So yes.
Yeah, and then they would still have the support of the. They had a Sente X in like C3, C4.
He would
be
cover the
able
other
to do
peaks.
covering
Yeah,
fire.
yeah. They just went too far on the 3-line, resulting into them getting like picked off. Like, meaning, sure, W loses Frugo, but they gave up 3 BCs in return for that. They found Jakefa a little later as well, but still, that's a 3-for-2 trade, nonetheless, even with killing him. So they just went too far there. They had this game in the back. They decided to take it out of it, and we're like, Phil gets the prediction. That's.
You think there's some match fixing going on there? That's a bit.
I
a bit
am
sus.
certain that our competitive operations manager, or whatever the title is, probably send them a DM like, you lose, or, well, we'll see.
Well, either way, W bounced back in a very, very convincing fashion, I would say, picking up 3-0. They actually got to play today, compared to their match before. I'm still not sure. I mean, it'll all work itself out in the end as we play more and more of these matches, but Boba's, or one of the teams that you might say is possibly going to be the weakest in the league, and then they lost to Cashback in a convincing fashion, who you thought would probably be the strongest team in the league. So W kind of just somewhere in the middle.
Damage-wise, Brain Breaker coming up top. He had a good match as well. Jakefa here doing a little less in that AX, basically doing his birth year in damage, 1985. Yeah, Frugo Turks not getting too much out there either. Tesak actually top damage from Deshti.
Well, no one else really got to do anything, did they? And he was just sort of sniping downtown from range. And this is why I hate the BZ so much, is like, because Brainbreaker was basically just free farming, because these BZs, they have no DPM, and even though they pushed on towards Jakifa, they just couldn't kill him because all 3 of them fire their shots and then they're reloading for half a century. And I understand the BZ's utility to like have this like fast moving armor to take positions like very quickly in the game, but I just hate the tank. I would so much rather Bliskavitza, or like if you want to go for a different type of heavy than an M5Y.
I mean, the BZ is not the carry kind of tank that does the bad shots, and we saw that come into effect. And I don't know, the Tesak, like, I get it, Moff, but I in these kind of setups when people pick way less TDs, I'm less of a fan of it than the RHM.
Yeah, definitely. And that was something that I noticed before the season had even started, is that the whole meta of Tesak, they only started playing it halfway through last season.
Yeah.
Because it was like, oh, what if you permatrack all these TDs? And we didn't really see that much utility for it outside of that fact. And if teams aren't playing as many tank destroyers, you have to wonder, like, what's even the point in picking this over an RHM, which sometimes the RHM gets kind of undersold as to how like valuable it is in terms of DPM, because you can get it down to a 5.65 second reload, I believe, if you use vents and then bond rammer and then bond, all the directives and stuff, and then you can get boosted by your Inspire medium as well, and you're actually like effectively medium tank DPM.
Exactly, that's very true, Moff. That was match number 2. When we come back, we have 6 more matches for you, but before that, let's take a quick moment to get a drink, to get a snack, before the action continues. Enjoy some replays, we'll be right back.
Ring in the year of the Wood Snake in World of Tanks. Prepare for a lively event. Complete the stages to get different rewards. Among them will be red envelopes, giving you gold discounts on unique offers. You can find them in the Magic Cats shop. This is your chance to score rare premium vehicles and handy resources at great prices. Celebrate Lunar New Year with your favorite game.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here. And you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now.
Hello, welcome back. Now I am joined magically by Phil, the overlord of the competitive operations for Wargaming.
Yeah, I mean, long time it has been, right? Since Winter Invitation. Moff, have we ever casted together? Have we ever casted together, Moff? I think it's our first time.
It could be. It could be our debut season then.
Yeah.
In tradition, getting off to a bit of a rocky start, I couldn't hear Phil for a moment there, but I'm sure it was all very, very wise words.
100%. Well, I guess we'll have two teams that won the previous time. There was quite a clear language between Darkseid and Hit and Run, especially with the Gorilla game with like 9,000 damage or something like that. And yeah, a bit of an upset, I would say. On the other hand, Mafia had a quite easy run as well, but I would say they were the clear favorites going into that game, and they just took the points and went home after their 3-0.
Yeah, the Darkseid team, formerly Solyanka. I'm so glad they renamed, because I could not pronounce their team name for the entire season, despite getting some coaching. But they had this exact same kind of form that we saw last season, where they had this early season buff, and they just kind of shocked everyone. They played Hit and Run in their first match last time around as well, and it was also a shock then. So Darkseid this time around, they're looking to sort of make their way up the leaderboard, because last time around they picked up a couple of early wins and then they just fell off of a cliff.
Yeah, they went 3-0, and then from 3-0 they lost 9 in a row and ended up 3-9. But if you remember the Winter Invitational, first of all, obviously, Scano here, 5 kills on the first day, not dying a single time, and because of that Gorilla 15 performance with over 5.8k damage, definitely one of the highlights of day one, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I would say already on day one, that's probably a contender for the highest damage that we're going to see in the entire season. It was what was it, 9.5k, or was it 9K?
Yeah, something like that, 9,600 or something like that.
Yeah, we saw another big game just from Jackifer with the W match just now. He did 7k in a Gorilla. Those tanks just is super powerful ability.
Yeah, and also on top 2 on the damage chart, Conrad also had some death, but still 1.7 kills per death, and then nearly 3.4k damage on Batchat only. I think it's quite an interesting thing to see that now on the second day we see a lot of 430Us, which we kinda didn't see at all on day one. But
no,
I think all of those teams have still some stuff prepared, and we are immediately going back to airfield where we have just left. And the Gorilla, you mentioned it in the not standard position, I would say, basically trying to aim for the northern arty strike, was a nice adaptation in my opinion, because a lot of people got used to this cap like protection position, but in the end nobody really open peaks there anyway. So yeah, good stuff coming, and Ensk seems to be very popular as well, the second map of today.
Yeah, it does. And just going back to your earlier point about the 430Us, it was quite a surprise to me to see them, because as we mentioned in that match, the only real change to the tank was that it gets a level 1 charge at the start of the game, I think more significantly last season, the bigger change which makes the 430U more viable is that we don't have, I can't remember which way around it is, whether it's engine fires or fuel tank fires. I don't think we have fuel tank fires anymore, which was the main drawback to taking the 430U.
Yeah, but also you have the advantage of getting like quite solid armor against all those batchets, and like especially if you can hide your lower plate, angle a bit, wiggle a bit, it's not that easy to just clip out on a 430U, especially if you run HP, like any kind of additional HP, you will be able to withstand the batchet quite well, and if they don't penetrate all their shots, you can even like survive 2 batchets running into you if you get some supportive fire. So we saw LTP making good use of it, but I think for airfield we should expect a bit heavier calibers.
Yeah, so these two teams that we've got going up against each other, I've actually put, I did like a preseason list of predictions, and before any games were played, I actually predicted that Mafia would win the season. I know that's like really contradicting what my prediction was, but I completely did a 180 after what Darkside did yesterday against Hit and Run, and I have to say I picked Darkside to win just to be different from the other predictions. I didn't want to be the same as everyone else, but I think there is like genuinely more cause for optimism for Darkside going into this season, right? I think last year they kind of just sort of inherited that 6th place and didn't really like make too much of an impact on the league, but I think this time they could genuinely sort of push into that sort of top 5, top 4.
Yeah, and in the end, if either of the team loses and we have a wrong prediction, we'll just say both of the logos were basically a lot of gray, black and white. We just
I didn't know which
logo,
team it
right?
was. I couldn't see. I just picked.
For sure. Also, I have to say, during the Winter Invitational, Darkside made it through into the playoff stage and gave a good fight against Cashback in the first round, and we'll have to see if they can't compete with Mafia as well. Mafia bringing double Mino, a tank that we have seen now more often. Initially it was mostly Storm in the first season playing this tank, and yeah, the double E4. How do you feel about the triple Bliskavitsa on this map? Because usually you don't need the speed that much, I would say.
No, it's definitely quite strange to see triple Bliskavitsa, or even just the Bliskavitsa on this map in general, because you don't have that good that turning arc. The gun arc is just non-existent, right? Which makes it very awkward to peek around corners. Which, when you're holding angles on airfield, having a turret is a pretty big asset, I would say. The planes coming out, we've got most of the tanks spotted from both teams, but critically not the light tank for the side of Mafia. Is there going to be any early aggression? We've got a batchat going through the north of the map, but Darkside, are going quite heavily towards the south.
Yeah, I think Marcel also avoided the plane and was able to get on the balcony with his Centurion. Dreamer taking a lot of damage immediately down to 1.4 thousand. Now Orsich and Kono should both be reloading, but they know about him, and if they both give him a nice tap, even with the ability, he should be on a one-shot. Trash Panda taking... What is happening here? 2 shots, 3 shots. I think Yusek in the Mino has to retreat now. He is getting overpushed by the double Bliskavitsa, but you can see the HP is already 5k in favor of Mafia.
Yeah, Darkside making some very, very poor trades in the early stages of this round here, and they're already down 5k HP, and Yusek is in a very strong position. YOLO is in a very powerful spot as well, and all these tanks from Mafia, they're on the balcony. They're just able to put shots into the south of the map, and Trash Panda actually dies. He was probably planed, right, which meant that he was staying spotted, and he gets deleted, and Darkside, what have they done? It's just completely thrown away the round here, and it's pretty much already over. Like, there's still tanks alive here.
Also being crossfired. You can see right now on the bottom of the screen. Yusek puts in one more, and Conrad from the back picks up the next kill, and I think this game is pretty much decided at that point. And from Darkside's perspective, you really have to forget this and get your mental up again, because you cannot just have the second round resenting the first one if it's a best of 5 and you go down 0-2 immediately.
Yeah, I think they should definitely just scratch this one, forget about it. It's kind of hard to do that in a best of 5 because the individual rounds just have so much more importance. But I think what we're seeing here is a very clear showcase of the classic don't be aggressive on air. Don't be the first person to be aggressive on airfield, because you will get punished. And Mafia just had all their tanks set up in the right positions, which just allows them to shut down any kind of aggression from the side of Darkside. They're not going to waste any time trying to pick up the kills. They're going to go for the cap as well, which could also be helpful, because you want the fastest win if it does go to tiebreaker.
Yeah, so roughly 2 minutes 46 seconds. So considering that we are running airfield as obviously the second round as well, this should for sure, if it goes to a 1-1, give them an advantage. Usually this map is one of the slower ones. But good stuff by Mafia. I would say they didn't do a lot of things actively, but they received the push very well, rotated then, and just punished the mistakes that were made on the side of Darkside.
I don't think they had to do anything, really. They just set up in their default, and that was it. They didn't really... You know, it's a nice, easy way for them to just settle into the match. It's basically like playing an aim trainer, right? But on the other side, Darkside, you kind of wonder, was their plan foiled from the beginning because they got... I don't remember if the batch of Trash Panda got spotted out at the start, but you can see... Look at the... I mean, we're looking at the Mafia guys. It doesn't really matter because the damage spread for them is just all across the board. Everyone chipping in, but Trash Panda and Vladislav, both of them just doing 0 damage, and the rest of the team doing what they can, but it's not enough to make up for losing 2 tanks for free.
I mean, we saw on the side of Mafia and the whole of the team 2 bounced shots, everyone else with perfect shooting and penetration rates. So really, really well done. And yeah, if you spot this triple aggression on the side of the southern airstrike, then you obviously know what they are planning. And I have to say, there isn't that much that you can really do with this lineup, aside from just trying to make it work, because in the end you don't want to be sitting with your tanks against the defensive lineup of the double E4 supported by the Minos and so on. Like, in a stationary trade-for-trade fight, I think the Mafia lineup was significantly heavier. And yeah, if you rely on over-pushing into them or finding an overmatch on a side flank and it doesn't work, then you kind of have to forfeit the round if you're not able to get an advantage on either side.
I'm sure the guys from Darkside had a very clear strategy in mind, but we'll never really saw the fruits of that at all. But the lineup, like you said, from the beginning of the game, it's just very awkward because it's a pure pushing and brawling lineup, and I still question the choice of Bliskowitz's. Any rate, into the next round. Interesting choice of light tank by Shelby Walk. He's going to be bringing the AMX 13105, which is... We have seen it before in limited use. We saw it like one time on El Haluf, I believe, but...
Yeah, I think Mentos played it against Mafia.
Yeah, it's very interesting to bring a 13105 specifically, because it's basically like a mini Batchat, but it doesn't get the DPM from the clip, right? Because you don't get the fast.
Yeah, you have the plane. You have the same plane that the RHM has. But yeah, maybe for this light tank fight there, you can somehow get an advantage, or maybe if you peek out, you can get an advantage putting like 2 shots into someone that drives in. But yeah, he managed to get there unspotted.
It doesn't matter though. Here comes the radar from Kono in the EBR. Shelby moving up to the second rock. He's not quite able to get to the final rock, which would allow him to actually peek in towards Kono and have a little fight there. So both of those two just going to be stuck behind a rock. I'm not even sure why you'd use the plane there, to be honest, because there's no way that Kono is ever going to be able to leave from this situation. That seems like a bit of a waste, to be honest. But now we've got Shelby and Vladislav just staring him down. Neither of them are going to die here. They're just gonna sit and hang tight and wait until something else happens. We've got Profuse.
There's a Batchat, Conrad, I think, that is making its way around. But yeah, the push is coming. Dreamer there taking a boatload of damage, minus 2.3, and Profuse still fairly healthy actually.
Yeah, but look at Shelby as well. In the meantime, while his teammates were distracting, he tried to cross over to the rock, but Mafia were actually prepared for this, and they still managed to put a shot in towards Shelby, and now Kano is pushing in towards Comrade. Individual brawls going on all over the place, and Kano doing a brilliant job there, just preventing Comrade from leaving, which is going to allow him to load up the Hesh ammo and probably pick up the kill on towards Comrade as he tries to get away. Trash Panda falls, Dries picks up the kill on towards someone else as well. We've lost Comrade now in the middle of the map, and Profuse has died while trying to take the strike for his team, and as the dust settles, the guns are kind of even, but Mafia just have such an HP lead. Kono now trying to bail out from the situation, down to 200 HP.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will have shots there anymore. You see Orzech protected the angle, picks up Dreis. Hellman had to retreat as well, so the EBR is on a one-shot, but is safe for now. The Batchat trying to take cover behind the wreck of its falling Comrade, but yeah, 5 versus 5 guns, and you mentioned 4.5k HP advantage on the side of Mafia, and I have to say the length or the duration that Dreamer was picked up immediately by Orzech as well, so maybe like another risky peek there into the E4. But yeah, the time that Profuse survived in this lower cap circle that we are looking at right now is pretty impressive in his Mino. And yeah, the cover fire was just too good. Now we can see the tanks of Mafia coming in. YOLO picking up Kano, and I think Hellmind, yeah, the strike hits him. I was not sure if the Blitzka is fast enough to get out of there, but now Marcel has the reload advantage, and that should be a 2-0 on the side of...
Yeah, I think the reason that Profuse lived for so long in that situation is if you look at the kind of guns that they're pushing into him with, they tried to dump into him with a mouse of Trash Panda and then double E4, and you know, we were singing the praises of the E4, but it's not like the highest DPM tank, and Profuse, with the ability on the Minotauro, he's able to just soak up a lot of the damage. So even though he's going to die in that situation, he's still able to get off a full clip. But I think what critically happened in that game is that Mafia was still able to, I'm not exactly sure who it was, where maybe it was the Gorilla from the back, but Mafia still had guns trained on towards Shelby's position, because he tried to use that distraction. He tried to use it to push in towards Kono, and if he'd been able to do that successfully, then he'd probably win the 1v1, and we could be looking at a completely different game.
Yeah, and in the end, I think it was very well done by Mafia to manage to somehow stop the push on Profuse while still not losing track of, as you mentioned, the clipping 13 on 105. But I think even if you would penetrate 2 full clips, you can barely kill the, I think, 2.3k EBR. So the EBR obviously has access to this, what is it, 500 HE damage per shot. So yeah, you will basically have a lot of fire back from the EBR as well. And Kono did a good job already in Season 1. I think he was like the specialist on any kind of maps that required EBRs. I don't think the next one, Ensk, will feature any EBR gameplay, but maybe they want to surprise us and for some reason bring one. I highly doubt it.
I agree with that. It's possible, highly unlikely, but Mafia, they're just, you know, they're kind of just taken the sting out of Darkside in this game, right? It's just a quick 2-0, and then we're straight on towards Ensk, and Ensk is definitely, obviously Mafia picked it, but it's one of their favorite maps to play, one of their most played maps from last season. They had an incredibly good win rate on it overall. They were probably the second best team on the map, up there with Cashback. So are we about to see that trend continue, or will Darkside be able to put a bit of surprise and turn the tables?
Yeah, Mafia also won the Winter Invitational on Ensk, right? The final match that put the nail in the coffin was played against Cashback on Ensk. And yeah, we can see again 430U being utilized by Mafia, double V4 and 4 E4s. Vladislav coming back with a Yak Panzer E100. Interesting to see a double Fush B. I have to say, lots of times you don't have the full capacity of trading a full clip as tanks can retreat behind a corner. But if those tanks are able to really get into the fight and then heal up, then you'll have a big HP advantage because you can deal so much damage within such short time.
Yeah, you've just got to plan your sort of approach in the Fosh B. You got to think about how you want to ambush. But tanks spotted out already. We've got Darkseid committing fully to this side of the map. They're sending Cano in first with the Sent AX, going straight in towards that strike, but Marcel should have the angle to prevent him from taking it.
Yeah, Shokorix now moving up with his WZ, and you can see the double Fosh B is immediately moving onto the 430U. Trash Panda picked up his ability immediately while have not taken any damage. Now the damage is coming in. Marcel down to 1.4k damage, takes another shot, takes one more, 555 HP, one shot, and there's the kill. But in the meantime, Trash Panda has dropped. The strike goes down to Yusek and YOLO. The HP fairly even still. Mafia down 2k HP now, but the brawl is continuing. The remaining tanks, Hellmine and Vladislav, have to get into the fight. We have Shokorix putting in one and more shot. The Jagdpanzer completely out of the game, and we'll have to see if they can close the gap now.
Yeah, the Fosh Bs went in there. They sacrificed their lives to pick up Marcel in that pesky 430U. Now we've got Cano trying to create some crossfire here in the Sent AX, but YOLO is not going to let that happen. But YOLO's got to watch his back because Hellmine puts in a big shot from behind. So now he's a one-shot. He's going to get picked up. He's all out on his own. He's actually committed, separated himself from the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, we've got this brawl going on between all of the Juggernaut TDs and Mafia, quite down in HP and guns here. And it looks like Darkseid, this gambit, this push with the double Fosh B, it looks to have paid off. Cano, meanwhile, inspiring his team the whole way through this battle. Yusek, just one of 3 guns remaining. He doesn't have any support from his teammates. They're still busy trying to deal with Vladislav, the big Jagdpanzer E100, and Darkseid will clap back and pick up a round of their own.
Yeah, I have to say, very good management of HPs there for the team of Darkseid. Initially, it looked quite weird to have those double force cross in the open, but then you could see all the tanks that were going with him on the 7 and 8 line. They were immediately able to contribute to the fight, and the Force made kind of like a nice distraction move while getting a bit of damage on the 430Us as well. I have to say, I don't expect the Force to have a lot of damage, but if the team makes it work, right, you have your job, you fit into your role, and then whatever the plan is will be executed. It's not about the individual performance of those 2 players.
No, certainly not. And like you said, they've got one job, and that is to delete the tank that plays that really, really annoying hold-down that we see quite often. I think the reason the Fosh Bs worked so well there is because Mafia weren't set immediately for the play, right? Because they didn't have all of their guns trained towards the Fosh Bs immediately. That's how you take down the Fosh Bs. You got to have everyone concentrating their fire on them immediately, all at once. And we can see neither of them really did that much damage, but like ultimately it didn't matter because it just took Mafia so long to actually get rid of them. And you can see the important tank, the Fosh Bs were distracting the whole time, so the likes of Cano in his Sent AX could just be shooting the whole game, just farming everyone while they were distracted. And again, that inspirability really does help.
Yes. Yeah, and we can see as well, like we mentioned that the Fosh Bs, they didn't deal a lot of damage, but neither did the 430U. The 430U did the same amount of damage than the Fosh B, plus there was an E4, I think, yeah, Orsech, which was immediately pushed as well. And I think Mafia even had one vehicle that was on the other side, and they ended up kind of not getting it into the fight quick enough. So with all this being quite quick, I think there was a small interruption. But yeah, now I think we are fine. Yeah, it's 2-1 now. Mafia still having the lead after a very convincing airfield 2-0. But as you mentioned, Darkseid doing a good job, and this time being actually rewarded for their proactive play. Yeah,
I think they've gone with this theme of aggression. It's kind of like what we see from Hit Them Run quite a lot, where they just push and they have a plan in mind, and they don't really care what the opposition is doing. But in that particular game, it just worked out perfectly. Foshbees delete one tank, sacrifice their lives for the rest of the team. Let's see if Mafia are going to be able to be more prepared for it this time around, and they're actually going to bring a Tasak, which is going to throw a bit of spanner in the works.
I mean, have you seen the tank on the dark side? 1-1B here brought the Chinese medium tank.
I didn't even see it because it
Kano.
looks so similar to like just, I don't know, other Chinese tanks like the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the same ability, right? So, just for the viewers that are not familiar with this tank, while it maybe looks and stats-wise is fairly similar to the 430U, it actually comes with the Inspire ability. So you have a medium tank which hits like a heavy tank, even though it can't drive through buildings and he just hit the wall. But yeah, you have 440 alpha damage for 340 heat pen. So on this map, you will be able to make good work with your ammunition against all those heavily armored tank destroyers. And yeah, the DPM is also not bad. You can see nearly 3050, I think 3040 HP.
Yeah, a lot of DPM on that 121, and the radar did come out for the side of Darkside, so they know that there's not that many guns in position here to support the likes of Comrade, but he's in a very, very entrenched position. He's going to be very difficult to deal with. Inspire ability is active and they all pop, but the strike comes in as well. They're taking so much damage, and Comrade has barely a scratch on his tank right now, and you have to imagine that Mafia are going to be able to do a lot of supporting fire here as Hellmine commits to try and get the shots in, but he's getting tracked by the Tasak, and he manages to bail out around the corner. But
another bounce by Shockerish.
Another bounce by the side of Darkside. They cannot pick up this kill, and even if they do pick up the kill on towards Comrade with the strike, which they also don't do because he pops his ability to protect himself from that. This push has not worked out very well, but the HP is still pretty even at the moment as Mafia look to re-push with the Tasak.
Yeah, the trades are continuing on either side. Now Yusek has picked up the WZTD and Hellmine might be able to put in one more. Actually, he doesn't. Kono should be able to pick up this kill, and then there is a clear gun advantage. 4 against 6 guns now on the side of Mafia, who is also up in HP. Profoods being able to hold his position. Vladislav is closing in, but wise movement there. Going closer to the rail, making sure even with the 25-meter proxy, he will be able to see when the Batchat gets around the corner. Puts a nice crossfire with Marcel having his back, and this should be a 3-1 then for the side of Mafia.
It will.
Which was exactly my prediction, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Is Phil secretly not only the overlord of the competitive scene for World of Tanks, but also secretly, unlike Kihan being a map guru, maybe he's a prediction guru.
I mean, I completely failed the first one, right? The Cashback one. But yeah, I have to say the Cashback match was very interesting. Now we can see the remaining tanks of Darkside are being picked up by Mafia, who by now has double the HP, 5 versus 2 tanks, and I hope they will stop playing with their food. The 1-1B, we mentioned it earlier, the last tank standing, and similar to other players like Got You Baby or Monster in those Aspire tank, he, well, held pretty well his HP together, but in the end, if all your allies are dead, it doesn't really matter. Now even bounced one shot against Kono, and that's the end of the game. Mafia picks it up, 5 tanks still alive, 3-1. And that should mean that they are now on top of the leaderboard, right? 2 victories for them. The only other team that has 2 victories is Cashback, but Cashback had a tiebreaker win, so they get 1 point less, meaning Mafia is now undisputed first place with 6 points after 2 matches.
I will just trust your maths in that department, but I'd say pretty much every game we saw here in this match had the exact same theme. It's just Darkside pushing in aggressively, trying to pick up some kills, and then just sort of snowball the advantage, and it worked 1 out of 4 times, right? 25%.
Yeah, you can see Conrad bouncing 2 shots even there, and obviously with the ability to survive for quite long. The Tessak being a nuisance. And yeah, then the other tanks here at the top just being able to give really good supportive fire. I think Kano did what he could. In the end, he bounced a couple shots, but then the match was over already. But yeah, those bottom of the leaderboard tanks, they were the ones pushing in, and they just got obliterated.
It was a breath of fresh air to see a 1-2-1 being brought, and it is definitely a tank that, even in randoms, gets slept on a bit. I say that having never actually played the tank myself. I do need to get round to it, but I don't really know in this game what it offered that a Sentei X can't already do, right? Because the armor is like, it's kind of a non-factor. I think maybe the one benefit of a 1-2-1 is that perhaps it's a little bit trickier for tank destroyers to deal with if it's like trying to side hug or face hug or get underneath their gun. But or maybe like, for example, side hugging a mouse, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. But on the whole, pretty convincing win from Mafia. And Darkside have just they've put themselves like right back into that sort of bracket of team like W, where I never really know what you're gonna get from them.
Yeah, in the end, maybe their decision was 50 extra alpha, very good penetration, and you can't really use the gun depression either. But this match is over. We'll obviously have a bunch of matches that are still coming up, and both of those teams will play another match later during the day. So we'll have to see if Mafia can maybe start the league off with a 3-0, or if Darkside maybe can pick up, you said it, their initial momentum and secure a second victory. I think they are going against W later, so definitely a team that is now, after their really good performance against Bobbers, a bit on a more positive note comparing to their like 15-minute defeat against Cashback on day one.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that's enough of us yapping, at least for a little while. We're going to go to some replays now before the next game.
Yeah, let's check out the highlights.
your winners, your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstore Winter Invitational champions. They take it
24 and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run, the trophy goes. They've done it.
Are you live in this?
Oh, welcome back to all the viewers, and obviously welcome back, Ducky. Nice to see you.
I had a great nap. It was a wonderful 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 30 minutes is a lot of time for you, no?
Yeah, it depends on the day. You know, sometimes in the weekend. But yeah, anyways, that was a kind of a disappointing. That dark side performance was exactly what we saw from them in season 1. It was just so beautiful. They just keep it on the same trend, like beating hit and run, and then just absolutely getting rolled by other teams. Speaking about hit and run, they're taking on Ping today. They have a lot of proving to do after their rather lackluster and just generally disappointing performance against Darkseid in match day number 1. The inspiration was not there from Hit, so hopefully they have yelled at each other enough to be ready to perform here.
Yeah, I mean, Hit was the promised new super team, taking over players from the now disbanded Storm team that they had faced during the WCI. You can see DJ and Minairos coming back to their home turf, back to Hall of Nizzi or Opur. However, all those former Polish teams that they played in were together. And yeah, aside from that, familiar faces with the leadership of Ketzai, Monster and Piotr in the middle, and their lighting player mentors there. I think we had a bit of a weird lighting situation on Westfield with a double Tessak, both of them getting spotted, and a bit of greedy there from mentors taking unnecessary damage. Ping picking up some players from W, familiar faces with Miko and Click, and Lucky, who has played in Storm. Bunch of new guys there, a lot of young players, so we'll have to see if they can put the first points on the board today.
That is a good question, if they can do that. They have, of course, those reinforcements, they have that experience, but when we saw them play against LTP, neither of the two looked too convincing in that match. It was more a match of who makes less mistakes, takes it away. Can they face up against Hit and Run? That's a whole different question altogether.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Hit and Run, they usually have a bit of a slow start coming to those things, but somehow in the end they will always prevail, and the community thinks the same. Nearly all of the community votes going in favor of, yeah, I mean, Hit and Run definitely be called the favorite here, and Ping, yeah, 6% for the underdog. But I think if Ping has some good ideas, definitely on Westfield, we have seen Hit and Run struggle. I mean, they went 0-2 on Thursday, so maybe we can get a Westfield 1-1, and then the match is open for any of the teams for the taking.
Talking about map pick and bans, Himmelsband, Cliffband, Westfield and Ghost Town. So we go to something really, really fast to Ghost Town, which is the, I would almost say, the most varied map in the pool in terms of what is actually possible. You can play very quick, you can play east, you can play west, you can play a little bit of everything on that map. So that one is harder to predict. Westfield is almost guaranteed to be a brawl rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some situations where we had this initial cap aggression towards the cap circle and the like heavy brawl positions in the corner, and other teams taking like arty strikes and trying to work it over time, having some hull down Badger or IS-7 there. But sometimes you're not fast enough looking at you, Jekifa, and then you just get capped and the game is over. So we have seen hit and run on Westfield. We have seen ping against LTP on Ghost Town. The first round going fairly well for them, and then the second round was when everything collapsed. I think one of the light tanks got spotted by the plane, immediately exploded, and then there was kind of like a snowball effect of them losing tank by tank. But it looks like we are more or less ready to go into the battle. And maybe you have any expectations for what tanks we'll have to expect here?
Well, I'm assuming we'll see quite a few Bliskas. I was thinking about the 432. I like it. I just don't think that it's a tank that would do too much on a map like this. So, taking that into account, let's take a look at the caster predictions. Moff 3-0, Phil Keehan 3-1, and me, myself, and I with a 3-2 for hit and run. Okay.
So, I think what we can expect as well is that both of those teams not necessarily shying away from aggression. We have seen hit and run trying it with a double Tassac brawl that did not work out very well. But I think there has been quite a change in going from one light to two lights, or just completely skipping a light whatsoever. And it's always interesting to see how prioritized the bottom part is, like the cap circle at F6. And I think if you have a bed chat that uses the ability at the beginning, you are now more or less reloaded for a fight there directly.
Battle number 1 about to kick off. Lineups. Ping, making it quick and simple. 5 Bliskas, a double AX hit and run, an IHM, a Force B, 4 Bliskas, and an AX as well. They have simpled it down from last time against Darkside Phil.
Yeah, also Katsai playing the light instead of Mentos. I guess Katsai trying to still prove how he is the best light tank player. But I think this will also go down a lot to the other tanks. The Force B always very important, and we'll have to see if the double Inspire medium could be something that helps a lot, because if you have one boosting you all the time and you can't just focus one out because there's a second one, this could be quite an interesting approach.
David and Miko challenge in the mid, but that is a rather large force of hit and run coming to fight against them. Piotr will start taking that strike. Katsai taking the other one. Click and Adamek coming back in as well. And there, Bliskovic says they do seem like they want to go for Piotr here. The plane missing David, but already engagements coming out. Initial damage being traded. Fury and Piotr getting the worst of it right now. Piotr actually getting the worst altogether, down towards 900. And currently Ping utilizing that advantage of having that extra combat tank. Look at DJ just exploding right in front of you. He's still alive on a slither of HP. The RHM coming back in, and right now Ping needs to start taking out a target or two. They're doing a little bit too much focus of left, right, and everywhere, as DJ was still alive for a long time, like falling in the AX. As the first Inspire falls, it's still going left, right, and everywhere as Piotr and DJ are down. Panzer Fury not far from the grave either, but Monster coming in, trying to protect him, and Katsai firing in the RHM, but that is not HP that is being contributed right now to the battle. But again, they're not getting enough kills on the hit and run side from the side of Ping, I would say, and as a result, it's now a 4-on-3.
Yeah, you could see the Force was barely able to reload again, put in 3 extra shots. That's roughly 1,000 damage with the Bliskovic having the ability activated. Adamek trying to get the strike now, but Katsai still nearly full HP coming in. The HPs are getting closer, roughly 1,000 apart now, 2 versus 3, and with this kill pickup and the Bliskovic not having a turret, the full HP light tank of Katsai should be the decisive factor here in this match. Yeah,
I feel like Ping, I mean, they tried to get it overmatched. They wanted to utilize the fact that they have... Ooh, Katsai needs to be careful though. David without ability. It will take a little bit before he wins this, but he should win it. They were not doing the greatest job at focus fire, to be honest.
Yeah, I have to say, interestingly enough, we saw those double... the double Senti from Ping driving through this like C3, D3 ridge line, and I think Franek was able to put in like 2 or 3 shots before they even got into the fight. Yeah, now Katsai has the back of David, gets the decap. I think he should be fast enough in the Bliska to turn around. Yeah, now Katsai is in the position where he will have to take a shot if he wants to get around. But either way, if it's 400 extra damage from the strike, it wouldn't be the end of the world. David puts in a good shot. I think Ketzak can just close the distance now or try to aim for the lower plate. Picks up the kill, and that's the first point for Hit and Run.
Yeah, Hit and Run gets away with that game by superior, I think, focus fire and keeping those guns in the game for that just a tad longer. I mean, Piotr and DJ were both very low from the beginning. DJ survived for a while longer. Maybe with a slightly better focus fire, I feel like more could have been done for Ping, but Hit and Run showing why they're still a good team, a great team, even getting out that game. And you always have to be careful there for Hit and Run, of course. You know, having a lion tank versus no lion tank, if you get decisively pushed by 7, can be very hard to hold.
Yeah, and on top of that, we saw as well the important thing was the order of vehicles that dropped. And the first tank that got destroyed on the side of Ping, and we have seen it here as well, like dropping with only 1.2k damage dealt. They had a second backup Inspire tank, which stayed alive for a bit longer. But overall, really good job by the side of Hit and Run to make sure they focus out the tanks in time. We even saw like 700 healing here, and as I mentioned, 3 extra shots from the second clip that Tsek was able to put in. And yeah, those small things can make a difference, and in the end, the 2 versus 1 was not winnable for Adamek, so I would not put any blame on him, because winning this against a mobile light tank with that much HP is not really an option.
No, and Hit and Run just shooting better across the board and getting that out, and that should be contributing as well. So that's battle number 1 going the way of Hit and Run. And you've got to be careful if you're Ping, if you're playing this kind of matchup, because, you know, you lose the second West field, you're facing match point.
Exactly. So now we switch the sides, and maybe we'll also see some different approaches. Looking at the special battle lobby, I can see a Badger, double Batchat, and an RHM on the side of Ping. So a fairly light lineup, considering that they also picked the Centurion, so 3 mediums and a light tank. This could potentially be what I mentioned before the first game, playing on the other side, playing on the double radio tower and the strike in the southeast. But we'll have to see if there is a contest from the side of Hit and Run, or if we might actually just see this situation we had in W versus Cashback, where one team contests the top and the other one tries to decap.
Lineups though, Ping coming in with the double Bat, the AX, the Badger, the double Bliska, and an RHM. So they're changing it up. They might not want to go for the fight anymore.
I mean, we could see a Batchat fight, no? You remember, like, with the reload reduction on the first clip, you can fairly easily commit towards the F6 RT strike.
Yeah, it's possible, but this lineup of Ping looks like a bit more holdy than anything else. Like, they don't really want to commit anything in the beginning, because, you know, the Badger's in there as well.
Yeah, you can see Miko and like just change direction. I guess maybe to confuse with the initial Ping. Katsai gets tracked on the ridge line actually by the Badger, a good snapshot. And leaves the cap now. Piotr is the first one to arrive, and Monster and Pan's Fury being able to put some shots into Adamek, at least I thought so. Yeah, there's the first shot. Both captures now running. First one being secured by Tsek, and the second one got reset, but should also be completed. And the HP's slightly in favor of Ping, but we'll have to see if the upper positions there for the tanks that can't really play hull down will work out for them.
It's not looking good for Hit and Run right now. They're trying to get Adamek, they're trying to find an overmatch, but so far they've just taken a lot of damage. Piotr yet again dropped towards a one shot. That's the second time around in 2 battles. Click is going to find the first kill. DJ is also low HP once more. He will fall to Jacek in the light, coming back in. Fanek desperately trying to clip out, but look at all that damage received. Miku to find it, and Hit and Run thought they could find Adamek for that peek he made on towards the Irish strike, but in reality all they found was a face full of lead from the AX and the bad shot from the top, and in a very quick fashion Ping will just simply return the favor towards Hit and Run and make it 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier. The light tank had to completely escape, and I think he even went on like A6 and was not able to contribute at all. And then the double Batchet, also all the tanks boosted by the Centurion were putting in a lot of hurt, and then we saw 3k HP advantage, roughly 17 to 14. And yeah, now good kill pickups on Cat's side. This should actually be the fastest win so far, right? 2 minutes and 5 or 6 seconds. That could be important if there is a tiebreaker later. I think the score is not correct. That should be a 1-1 scoreline.
We're just predicting the future.
Okay, sure. Then we leak the script, and we will switch into Ghost Town. What do you think went wrong for Hit? Was it like an overcommitment onto Adamek?
They tried to find Adamek, I think, and instead they found a bad shot from the top and an AX from the top as well. They were just clipping them out, Peek and Piotr getting tracked, and then yeah, after that they were like 3000 HP down. It's pretty hard to recover at that point.
Yeah, we see the light that survived kinda not able to put in a significant amount of damage. Overall, there is, yeah, just much better damage share, and this time the Centurion worked out very well for them. The Batchet's able to put 2 or even 3 clips in, the Badger surviving with a lot of DPM. Good stuff by Ping, securing their first point, and hopefully we'll be able to, yeah, see continuously those teams on an even level, because the 3-1s, the 3-0s on day 1 were, you know, quick and dirty, but having more exciting and closer matches should definitely be desirable.
Now the question is, what kind of Ghost Town do we see? We saw the boys from Ping play it already in match day number 1. They were very light orientated, if I'm not mistaken. They were very back as well, kind of Storm-esque with EBR, RHM, all of that kind of stuff. So will they go for something similar, and will Hit and Run exploit this?
Yeah, I think on the first day they even played with can opener, like I think David.
We'll see a lot of that actually.
Played both Ghost Town rounds with it, and they had a T100. From what I've seen right now, we have another can opener being picked. There's an E100 as well, the buff turret, double E100 actually even. IS-7 and lots of Batchets and RHMs. How do you feel about the TVP on Ghost Town?
Not a fan.
Maybe to support the double light tank and like try to get early damage onto the enemy lights, something like that.
Potentially. I don't know. I just don't really like it as a tank in general for Onslaught.
Well, we'll have to see if Like can make it work. I guess they will go with their double light tank to progress towards the sites. The E100s usually tanks, yep, driving towards the city immediately. Is there a specific position you expect the IS-7 to go to? Because that's not a tank we see that much.
Maybe go play forward like D3. You know, maybe you pick him to play the hold down up front where he can spot or take over the spot. With the way he's driving would be potentially something he could do, but nothing there to challenge. Miku gets the strike. The Hit and Run will take over 2 strikes in return for this. And yeah,
Lucky got spotted. Maybe there's a respot coming. Yes, there's a respot. Shots are missing. 1 shot gets in, down to 1.8. And yeah, you can see DJ now with the E100 taking 1 strike. Monster in the Batchet taking the other strike. Piotr, I think, got tracked by the TVP, but now made it behind the ridge line, and he will definitely be a problem for the Batchet.
They do reset the strike that the E100 was taking for a second, but Hit and Run has taken so much map control here already and is in a very, very good position that when Mentos drops his plane on A4, and I'm not sure if he's puts it on Lucky or A4, but the moment he finds a plane onto position where the Leo is. They could double strike it if they want to. He got another plane out of as well. You see Click's HP just drop, minus 1.2, one shot and double strike. And then Adi getting spotted out as well in that bad shot. There was a good plane from one of the members from Hit and Run, but now Monster driving to the open. Franek as well coming. Monster might just stop and let Franek go because they don't need more than this to kill off that one bad shot of Lucky. Franek just committing against Lucky with one more in the chamber. Lucky down towards a one shot. Somebody should have an angle. I think Tisek does for the 100, but it's going to be Piotr to find the kill. He takes some damage in return for this. But first objective established for Hit and Run, and now look at all of these tanks from Ping. Stuck. Jacek going to get spotted as well. And Miko.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Now the repush is coming, but they're repushing with very light vehicles. Adi there being covered by 2 RHMs. This is definitely not the kind of task force you would send to kill an IS-7. And I think Piotr will go in front to protect Franek there. Monster should be able to put in some damage as well. And looking at the HPs, we're nearly at double the HP right now for Hit and Run. So with a tank advantage, with a gun advantage, this should be a very easy pickup for the guys in blue.
Yeah, Hit and Run very happy with this. A quick win on Ghost Town, exploiting that very light lineup from Ping that they were playing before. Getting those positions, locking A1 down, outspotting A4 with the double RHM. And it was always going to be hard at A4 against one plane. 2 planes makes it extremely difficult.
Yeah, and I think the TVP, you mentioned it, like there are some use cases for this tank, but if you can't get the DPM rolling, then you end up with a gun that has very low alpha and is even not the best tank to snipe on longer distances. You have the mobility, but what are you using it for? You have to face some 3200 HP E100s taking strikes, so in the end, both the TVP and the Leopard just ended up being spotted and outplayed by bigger and heavier guns.
Yeah, wasn't a fan of the TVP before. I don't think I'd be a fan of it after. But yeah, Hit and Run exploiting that part of the map very effectively, using RHMs, using strikes to their advantage, and netting a pretty simple Ghost Town round if you think about it.
Yeah, and overall good stuff. I think coming with a bit of innovation. Like we mentioned it earlier, the IS-7, you set D3, and then he was able to just drive even further because the Batchat, I think it was Lucky, got outspotted. And yeah, the RHMs not being able to contribute a lot in terms of damage. Sure, the TVP put in a couple shots here and there. He also had a strike, I believe. But yeah, it was not enough. The lineup was way too light to kind of face this double E100 combination, and good stuff there by the team of Hit and Run coordinating their aggression and securing a potential like tiebreaker already. If it goes that far, obviously they can pick up the 3-1 as well.
That's a bit preemptive. First they have to win the round before we get there, but
no, I mean, they already secured at least a tiebreaker. That means they already are on at least 1 point.
Yeah, but who cares about 1 point, Phil, when you can get 3?
I mean, if I would be Bobers, then I would be happy if I get at least 1 point.
Yeah, it might be their last point.
Okay, looking at the lineup, I have to tell you that Ping is coming with the exact same lineup again. They have the can opener again, they have the TVP again, they have their Leopard. It looks like they are not making any adjustments, double Batchat and double RHM. While on the other hand, we see Hit and Run with a lineup that looked more like a cashback strategy, taking 3 CS63s, maybe potentially rushing into the cap immediately, or using the CS to prevent the capture of the arty strikes and rushing into it with a Bliskavitze. I think over the long game, Ping might have a spotting advantage, but the firepower is for sure on the side of Hit and Run.
Isn't this just kind of like what Cashback played? Triple CS straight into the strike, into the cap, and then the Bliskavitze is over pushing when you try to reset.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it would look like to me, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing as well. They were not spotted with the CS63s. Miku will get to the strike on time, which is potentially an issue because he will have a very early strike, like super early. These guys will split up, but there's no planes available, but Click will take an info point, so there is that. And the can opener, Phil, does have a position to reset it when he gets there on that staircase.
Exactly, yeah, but you can drive towards the side. Like you can see right now, TSEC has enabled them to move towards the side. Monster is trying to block there, so they have one strike for the decap, and they have this duo here. I think it was in the other match, the 60 TP, and that's it. That's it. The base is captured. I think the strike has.
The strike
missed?
was no, it hit, but it was too late. Miku planed, didn't find what he was looking for, and then strike too late, and they got capped out, and just like that, it's 3-1. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I think I even predicted 3-1. So good stuff here by Hit and Run, following the script. Ducky, your 2-1 initial ping points there, they kind of got removed again. So quick match here. I think Hit and Run did something that worked very well even against them in the first iteration of the Onslaught Legends series, and then I have to just admit it was too late. Like you said it, the strike by Miku was captured quite early, and then it was just not used in time. They had the can opener who should have just ignored the Bliska.
The Bliska is just he cannot. All the Bliska is doing is sitting in front of the can opener, so that he doesn't get reset angles. The can opener cannot do anything. He cannot drive past, he cannot shoot. All he can do is shoot the Bliska.
No. And yeah, Miku dealing 800 damage with his strike, but too late, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's because he planed the normal part of the cap, and he only found one CS, I think. And then he had to figure out where the other ones were, and then he put the strike, but it was too late at that point.
No, you can see everyone has like this 33, 34 cap points. And no damage dealt is not a problem if you secure the cap in time. And good stuff by Hit and Run. And I think they will not be too bothered about the missing DPG statistics if they get the points. So while this was definitely a highlight, we will give you a quick summary of everything that happened, and then we will jump into the second half of today.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here. And you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for the first time today. It's gonna be me commenting. Ducky probably still mentally scarred from having me ascend to Map Guru.
I'm mentally scared. That's coming from the guy who's been avoiding me for 4 matches. Crazy.
All right, but here we are, and it's gonna be in between 2 new additions to the OLS. It's gonna be Bobers versus LTP, and so far, to be honest, the French team here with the better track record by far.
Yeah, the Frenchies actually doing very, very, very good. Seems like they've had all the spinach in their system to turn into Popeye. But this is the match where LTP needs to prove themselves, same for Bobber, because these are the points that they need the most to make it to the second phase. Direct opponents, Kihan, are the ones where you need to take the points off. If you don't, well, you know, it doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, exactly. So as much as I don't really like talking about something like this,
I just noticed the
it's like a
baguette.
6-point game.
I only just noticed the baguette.
Yeah, one of them actually had like a French cheese as well, but it had the how do you say, like the logo of the company producing it. So unfortunately we had to get rid of this. But to be honest, like the team lineup of LTP, they seem like the happiest out of the bunch, especially like Ruev and Noxious. They seem yeah, happy to be here.
That at least makes some of us, right? Community prediction.
Oh, wow.
84% in favor of LTP. Bit harsh?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Bobber is not really with the strongest of showings. I think right now they're down 2 matches and like 0-6. But you could argue that in some rounds they could have taken them, but they weren't able to. And LTP, obviously, with their win against Ping on the first day, like for them, everything right now is going pretty well, especially considering that, you know, the match against Cashback that we saw earlier today, like they could have won that one. I think the only thing standing in between them and more points was actually them themselves.
Map pick and ban. Ensk coming out first and then Cliff. So some really fast-paced action is about to hit us. We saw LTP already play Ensk, 1-1 against Cashback.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't bad.
Nope, was pretty good actually. And I mean, Cliff is so fast-paced that it's always difficult to kind of make predictions as to what's going to happen. Like, obviously, some teams are, you know, stronger/weaker on Cliff, but most of the time it's about the in-game calls that you make. I mean, sometimes you just lose by setup, but like the tanks that you pick, but there is a lot that you can remedy by just making the correct calls with the information that you get right at the start of the battle. So, yeah, it's kind of, I think Cliff is one of the maps where the FC calls at the start of the game matter most.
Now the standings though, looking after match day number 2, because this is match day number 3 technically that we're starting. Mafia top on the board, 6 points, and Cashback LTP currently on position number 3. If they were to take 7 points here, Keyhand, 3 points here, that would put them on 7. That would already be a very strong start for potentially making it to phase 2, to be honest.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, LTP so far, at least when, you know, compared to expectations, I think overperforming a little bit, but maybe they've just been this kind of sleeping powerhouse that all of us have not really had, like, you know, in the back of our minds when it came to possibly even making it deeper into the series, because obviously we'll have the cutoff of 2 teams being eliminated. After the phase 1, and then we'll go into phase 2 with like 6 teams where another 2 teams will get eliminated. But so far, so good actually for LTP. And yeah, you can see like right now in all of our minds, LTP is supposed to be a little bit lower on the board, but obviously they've earned their place where they are. But like picking up the points against the teams that are down there, that also helps. Like, not only do you, make it more likely for the other team to drop out, but you also really help yourself for the later stages, because obviously the points are not going to get wiped. They're going to be, staying there for the second stage as well.
We assumed that it would be between Ping, Bobbers, and LTP for the bottom spaces, but, however, if LTP was to get 7, let's say 10 points, I don't see them drop out anymore, or it's going to be very hard at that point for them to drop out, which puts one of the other 6 teams that you could expect to be normally up there potentially in danger of dropping out. Just changes the bottom of the board.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one of those new teams overperforming is obviously a threat for the other teams that want to make it into playoffs. That being said, though, let's kick off the first match of the Playday 3, if you so want. And prediction-wise, Ducky going with a 3-2 for the Bobbers.
I don't know why. We filled that out before we saw LTP play, though.
Yeah. All the 3 others of us going with a 3-1/3-2. So actually, Moth also sees this one headed towards tiebreaker. Personally, I think what we've seen from LTP so far would indicate that they are the stronger team and they can, play it out in a more controlled way, even if some of their players sometimes make mistakes. I think we saw that against Ping a lot. And to be fair, also against Cashback. Then in the end, like, they have just looked like the better team so far, but so far is not really a terrible amount of games to go off of. I mean, only 2 days have passed.
Sure, but trends are starting to form, Kian. Now this Ensk. Do we think Bobber looked at the match and actually learned something from it?
Well, one would hope they would, as we do see the lineups coming out. Bobber is bringing a Foch B played by Hero together with 3v4's double E4 and the WZTD. So actually TDs across the board for both teams.
Yeah, no lights, no medium tanks, none of these shenanigans, just good old-fashioned E3s, E4s, 268 V4s, a WZTD, and a Foch B. Take your pick, take your poison, take what you want to play, but...
I mean, to be honest, with the TD nerf coming in tomorrow, you maybe have some teams like using some TD strats right now while they're still strong, and it's like, well, we might not be able to use those like
tomorrow. Kihan's getting flamed tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I'm getting flamed basically every day, so yeah, let's see. As the opening doesn't really net a lot of damage either way, and there's also Zeton here with a swing and a miss. And to be honest, we'll have to watch out for that hit squad of Bobbers in the city. That is triple tier 10 TD. That's not going to be able to contribute to a fight right away if LTP forced out right now, but so far they seem to be content with taking the airstrike.
Yeah, Nepal trading against Tanky Lee, Joy taking one as well. There is a tank at A0, of course. Noxious taking one as well, so LTP in the beginning doing worse trade for trade. Radim, 2 non-connections against him. He doesn't connect either, but... that's 1.5k damage missed out on for LTP for those non-pens. The Foch B will have not the easiest time in this battle. He needs to get close and personal to really do something. But right now, I would say Bobbers currently in the driving seat, taking control over the map. Access to a point of information as well on F1, the radio tower. Once they take that, they will have all the positions from LTP spotted. So that would be great. Nepal taking another one. Yosi looking to want to peek that as well. But he takes one to the face, 771 into that E4. I think even was from the WZTD. So blow for blow, trade for trade. Nothing much happening right now.
To be honest, I think Bobber is getting a little bit the better of LTP even trade-wise. Like right now, the trades across the board going better for the team in red, but obviously this is Ensk, so at some point we're gonna have tanks duking it out up close and personal as Yosi and Tankistador end up trading 1-for-1 as well. Neither of them having their ability active, so no damage reduction actually coming in with this, as now LTP starting to make a rotation in the city, and the Bobbers have already scattered.
Bobber's pulling back across the rails. It is spotted though. One of the V4 is taking a shot that is flawless. Lemmy Santos now pushing up on zero line. Tankistador backing off. There is still some tanks there for the side of LTP. They're even ignoring the early strike, which came just off of cooldown in that city area to get back into the fight. They're afraid of the city push. Yeah, Tankistador rather low in that VZTD, backing off. Bobbers with a 2k lead. LTP establishing the cap, trying to force a commitment. Aking Nepal holding the lanes to shoot them down, but look at what is looming in C1, Kihand.
Yeah, in C1, that's the Fosh B. He's gonna come in from the backside, and indeed, he does start opening up. Noxious now taking the herd here, down 1200 HP already. That obviously means that they're not gonna be able to cap either. But now, however, he seems to have been able to turn the way of the Fosh B. However, the strike coming down, making Noxious a one-shot, but Hero, now reloading, is not able to get the kill.
HP has evened out in the meantime though, which is surprising. Aking even finding Yossi, who is in a bad position there on the side of that building, and now comes the march across from the French team. Lemmy Sanders is the next target that they're going for. Dani as well, flawless down towards the one-shot, and they have completely ignored Tankistador Kihan on zero line at VZTD, the low HP VZ. He's been ignored. They've just been like, okay, he's gone, we ignore it, but he's been putting on some great shots from the side, and he has an uncontested position now as well to hit shot after shot. I think he hit Dani once more as well, and now Tank Elite and Radim in these positions not having a great time whatsoever, and Lemmy falling, Zidane getting traded off, but somehow LTP went from this 2000 deficit to a 2000 lead. But not just that, 3 extra tanks as well for them. They have found Bobbers out of position. They tried this field push, but they didn't really commit to it, Kihan. Once the cap got started, they were like, we can't go anymore. And I think that was their doom, if anything.
Yeah, LTP also doing a really good job of singling out the targets, getting rid of the guns, meanwhile keeping their low HPs alive. You can see Noxious there on 112 HP. Maybe one more shot from the Fosh connecting could have changed something, but as it stands, LTP are gonna come into this match and gonna secure the first point on the boards for themselves. And for Bobbers, once again, starting to look grim.
They need points already, because they're not gonna get more opponents where they're like realistically in a position to get a lot out of it. I mean, if Hero doesn't kill Signups here, that just, you know, shows everything, right? Signups, the oldest player in the league, but he's 75 years old. So, you know, it's great to see that we are really represented across all age groups, right, Kian? You even have a future yourself in that case.
I mean, yeah, once Synops gets to my age, he'll really know what kind of challenges that poses. But currently, no challenge for LTP here. Pretty clean pickup, actually. I think only 2 tanks dead and a lot of HP still to play with for LTP at the end of this. And for the Bobbers, it's kind of back to the drawing board, because well, whatever they wanted to like try, it didn't really seem to work out. Like the trades at the start were good for the Bobbers, but after that it just started falling apart so quickly.
Ignoring Tankistador wasn't a play either though. If you look at the damage department, 5k, he was rather low as well. He did a lot of shots later on. Bobber's kind of confused. I think the right call there is to convert onto the cap with everybody, you know?
Yeah.
Like you have the Forge B coming in from behind, just push across the rails like we've seen many teams do. You don't care, you don't really pay attention to what's on the field side anymore, because you know they have tanks there. You just push and you catch those guys on the cap, but the Forge B from behind, it would have been a great pincer. It would have been a huge pincer movement altogether for them. They didn't do that. They kind of stagnated, sat there in crossfire, and then died.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that you cannot really do in Onslaught, right? Once you get complacent, that's really the big danger. Even when you're ahead, for example, in HP, if you get complacent, if you don't take the advantage that you played so hard to achieve for yourself, then the other team has so many opportunities and such a huge potential to just come back, surprise you, and wrestle the round away from you. And so yeah, good on LTP for being able to do that from Bobbers. I mean, that basically signals that we need to, see a bit more proactivity from them.
I like how Kihan was talking about his struggles. The only struggle Kihan has in a day is when he wakes up and he goes to his garage, whether he's taking the red or the green Bugatti to work.
You know, it's like it always depends. Like, do you have a cloudy day? Do you have a sunny day? What looks better? You know, you really have to take care of what you do there. Anyway, the Bobbers really have to take care to not fall further behind in this match, as we see double Fosh B coming in from their side together with a Jagdpanzer, double V4 and double E4.
LTP, on the other hand, double E4 of their own, double E3, double V4, and an AX, the double Fosh B. It is a potent combination of firepower with heal, but you have to put it in the right place for it to work. It is a pushing tank, not a holding tank.
Absolutely, the low alpha of the single shots in the magazine obviously do mean that, you know, you have to convert, you need to be able to fully clip out. That being said, the Centurion Action X needs to be very careful in this battle, because he's one of those juicy tanks that really suffers against tanks with a huge clip potential, such as the Foch. But as it stands, no one is going to see what the other team is doing, because no light tanks means no early planes, and Bobbers, they are going full city.
Yeah, but I think LTP is taking a huge amount of map control here. Aking not spotted. Tankistador will probably move on to the info point because of that. Yeah, now has the info, knows. And Nepal, I think already, yeah, what he did there is a particular thing. You see how he shot the rail wagon? It's not because he accidentally clicked his mouse. It's because he wants to spot what's crossing city. The rails in World of Tanks work, well, those wagons work in a way that you can spot through them when they're destroyed, but you can't shoot through them, of course.
Well, let's see. First of all, Flawless is going to take a strike, as well as the base capture does get held by, I think, Tankalite, who is the closest one currently towards the tanks of LTP, so a possible target to push upon. But we do see Hero is making a play, but is it going to be the Hero play, or is it going to go to 0 for his HP is the question, because he's pretty singled out. And there are Aking and Algier together with Tankistador repushing his way. Now, however, Flawless kind of setting up there, so Bobbers, they recognize and they acknowledge the fact that the Foch B could get pushed.
Yeah, Aking getting spotted out now. Algier, Joy as well in a second. They're trying to get Tank Elite in that position, but that gives away the information, allows Hero and Vadim to probably close a different distance. They're not getting shots on Tank Elite. He's going to be backing off. Zero connection on him right now. Finally, the first one coming in, but look at Tankistador's damage received. That's the good old Jagdpanzer in the back of the map, clapping him for 1k.
Yeah, absolutely. 420 hit to blaze right through any kind of armor, as Radim now will face a, well, I guess hold down V4, but instead Algier chooses to shoot Flawless. But right now, Bobbers once again with the HP advantage. I think that was a big swing coming in from the Jagdpanzer as well. Joy taking it to the face, probably not enjoying that one.
No, and Tankistador here behind one piece of building, not doing too well, wants to evacuate, but Lemmy peeking across. Lemmy takes 2 for that, wants to peek once more. I don't know if that was the play for Lemmy in his Jagdpanzer. I mean, he shoots, but what is the point? He's now backing off, minus like 1.5k HP. Now they're pushing through the north. They will find Tankistador. By the looks of things, he's down towards 48 HP. Can somebody finish him off? No, they cannot. He will survive on a slither of health. Algier there trying to tank from on top of that building, angling towards Radim, but he has Danny coming in the side, so he has multiple angles to deal with. He does hit that shot. He will try to survive for as long as possible. The strike coming out, it will not kill Tankistador either, so he still survives. Radim's out of steam, and Remy falling in the south towards Nepal opens up Tank Elite next in that E4 as well, who is in crossfire. Tankistador still alive. We saw that man do a lot of damage in the previous match on a slither of health. Can he do it again? Good question. But now Kihan, as the Jagdpanzer fell, as Tank Elite went down to the grave, the cap is open again, and somehow LTP is yet again in a winning position.
Yeah, I mean, Algier probably not going to be able to stay alive for much longer, as Radim once again clipping out from the sidelines down towards one shot. Algier goes, and Radim able to pick it up, but the cap actually down towards 6 seconds. The Bobbers tanks, they need to scurry back and somehow interrupt that. Are they going to be able to? I'm not sure. Probably not, as cap does go through, and Aking survives on 18 HP. Yosi just too late on the cap, and obviously the battle keeps on going a little bit more because there were kills, but the base has been capped. LTP goes to match point.
Yeah, that was Lemmy's peak was...
It was a peak.
it was...
I can confirm.
I would personally describe it differently, Keyhand. You know, thinking about it, it was a modern peak. It was creative. It was an expression of Lemmy's true feelings on Ensk as well, and it was definitely breathtaking. You know, it had a great impact on me.
I think the other team appreciated his peak as well, like the experiments that he was doing, but he wasn't doing his team any favors because that Jagdpanzer is a huge asset to just clap people for 1k.
I like
from
how
the
he
sidelines.
does 3k and is basically second in damage in his team, but I think he hit maybe one more shot after. He easily could have been the difference maker in this battle.
Yep. So sometimes it can be those individual plays, because not only does he take a huge chunk of damage, him taking so much damage also means that the E4, I think it was Nepal, was able to re-push him after, take him out, and then obviously Nepal is free to do as he wants and just, you know, shoot people from the sidelines. And that is how he ends up being so high on damage, because the tank he was playing against threw himself away. So after that, he essentially had free play on his side of the map. But yeah, that was Ensk. That was Borber's pick, most importantly. And now we are actually going to go to LTP's pick, which is Cliff. So, yeah, the Borber's, I mean, they're trying stuff, obviously, but there always seems to be something in the way for them to pick up points. Be it like the other team, be it they themselves, like not being able to do the correct plays. Not looking good already.
I mean, 2-0 coming into Cliff. I think LTP should just close this out at this point. I wouldn't say that they played particularly well so far. I think that is fair, but they're doing what's necessary. And Bobber is, again, kind of like Ping, just giving them opportunities to get back in these matches.
Yeah. I mean, for Bobbers, are they already in that mental state where they're like, all right, it's going to go this way again. Let's try to do what we can, but they're not going to give it their all? I don't think so. They worked long and hard to get here. And they even beat, for example, Lotus, formerly Storm, to do that. So they definitely have it in them somewhere. They just need to, find it again.
It's going to be very difficult, Oki. Very difficult. 2 rounds and then tiebreaker for a team like Bobbers.
Let's see.
It's so good that I really don't care. Moff is so like, ever since Phil introduced these points for grass or predictions, he's like, and I'm like,
We gotta make even predicting competitive nowadays. Anyway, though, Borber's trying to avert defeat in the match, and they're doing so with quadruple BZ, double CS, sorry, that's LTP actually, and an RHM, and on the other side, once again, the T100 on Cliff, but the Mivi, alright, Borber's are cooking.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see how it plays off against these BZs from LTP with a double CS and RHM. It's a very pushy lineup. We saw already something like this. I think it was W against Cashback, BZs versus Bats. I know how it ended.
Yep, absolutely. The Batchats shredding through the BZs. The question is always, can you get the Batchats into the position to essentially just clip out onto the BZs? They cannot let that happen, obviously. So let's see how this one is going to go, as we do see LTP here on the lower side with a lot more tanks, as Hero and Danny for the Bobas are going to be driving through there as well, not really taking any damage for themselves, as Lemmy takes one on the cross on towards the hill. He's going to be facing off against Noxious, so the Hurricane should be winning this one if he doesn't take any more damage from the Batchats. That is not a terrible lot coming out from Hero and Danny.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong decision right now from Bobbers. They didn't convert on 1-2 line with all the tanks that they had, but instead they're trying to convert onto the middle, Kihan, and that is where LTP is currently centered around. All the tanks on the 2 line ready for this Noxious Archers are driving into Lemmy. Hero and Danny going around. I really think that they had the opportunity there to take the whole team and repush very simply the 1-2 line, you know, with Bats and the Mivi and their singular BZ. But instead, they just lose Lemmy on top of the hill. He gets run down, and now Bobbers, without map control, without position, scrambling to take something. But where are they going?
Yeah, where are they going? As well as Nepal from the backlines is continuously going to pour in shots with his RHM. Yosi now trying to take the artillery strike, but obviously there is a baby strike available from one of those CS tanks, so he's going to get reset as Tankistador on the hill now starting to get pushed as well, together with Noxious too. That BZ on the hill is starting to put in work, but that just opens up the middle for LTP to push over on towards Flawless, who's in that MBY.
And let's see how the Mivi holds up against BZs. It doesn't seem to be too impressive just yet. Tankalid getting pounded on the hill. He will fall, but the strike from Yosi, I think, coming out, saving his life. The roll against Tankistador should be able to pick up the kill there as well. They'll have the top of the hill, or they should have the top of the hill if Tankalid can find the engagement against that CS63. But, you know, Tankistador just playing around the rock, making it hard, making it difficult, making Tankalid really hate his life for playing that BZ75.
Absolutely. Tankistador obviously still a possible one-shot. That's round about 50-50. Shot into the track is not going to connect, so he needs some time to reload from the backlines. The shots raining in as well. Tankilid taking a strike, but Tankistador getting eliminated by Tankilid. So the hill is now one for the Bobbers, and they are also up a tank, but the HP Ducky, they're in LTP's favor.
Yeah, but look at the tanks that it's on.
I mean, bad shots.
No, BZs for LTP. I mean, the extra HP on these BZs. Sitten finds a good kill though on Tankilid. Good start. Now, Yosi and Vadim will have to execute Aking to have a real opportunity in this. They are doing that. Yosi is pushing up. Aking will hit. Ooh, he will not hit. He will miss. This is not what you want to see. And Danny from 1-2 line, finding shots, finding angles. That is very annoying for the lineup of LTP, because of course LTP currently doesn't have any bad shots of their own, for example. They're all dead.
And in comes the Batchat push on towards the hill. Strike getting pushed here on towards Radim and Yosi. It's going to connect. This means Radim possible one-shot himself as well. And Danny can actually clip out from the back in towards Zeton once he gets into render distance. So those BZs right now really struggling to keep up with the Batchats. Good trade coming out from Zeton though to put a little bit of damage on towards Yosi. But now Danny is reloaded in the Batchat from the spawn of LTP and is opening up.
He finds one, he finds two. The Rev finds Hero though in the BZ. He finds the bat somehow. That was the 5-line bat shot. Not sure how that's happening, but now Synapse and Rev are counter climbing the hill as Danny finds one more shot. Goes on reload now, but there's a strike available for Aking that will definitely drop Radim into the one-shot range, but not just that, Kihan. It will also drop Yosi to a 2-shot. Right, 650 plus 650, 1.3 minus his HP minus 400. They can kill him in 2 shots. So that strike is going to be pretty impactful there on top of the hill for these BZs.
Yeah, let's see. In 6 seconds, also the information tower is going to come back, and this is going to reveal where Radim is. If Synapse doesn't end up spotting him before that, you can see Radim trying to take it now. The strike does come down. Is Radim going to take it? Indeed. So now a certain one-shot. Synapse doesn't miss those, even in his old days. And now Yosi in the middle is about to make a not so... Whoa! All right. Quick snap of the wrist is going to remove Zeton from the game.
Yeah, quick shot and dip. Yosi now moving towards 1-2 line, but takes 2 shots to the face. Rev and Aking finding the kills, leaving just Danny and Bobbers there had an opportunity, but Hero dying on the 5-line keyhand with no pressure put on him is a disaster for Bobbers. But I also just think they missed the initial opening.
Yeah. So once again, something standing between Bobbers and the victory. This time, once again, I think it was more the plays that their individual players made than, you know, LTP playing like well out of their mind. Obviously, some of the people on the LTP team with really, really good like connections here, especially on the hill. But yeah, LTP is going to pick it up cleanly, 3-0, and that obviously means that LTP, after this first match on the 3rd playday of OLS, is going to be topping the board. Something that, at least personally, I did.
We should make
not
an
see.
updated leaderboard rankings so they can screenshot it. Yeah. Once in their life.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what the production team can make happen. But first of all, I mean, congrats to LTP. Like, the thing is, with those kind of teams where you're like not sure where they're standing, if they can consistently rack up those rounds and the points against the like lower standing teams, that means essentially that they will be able to place themselves consistently above, and then if they're able to snatch up points even against like the top dogs on the block, like for example Cashback, as we saw today, that means we have a possible contender for the playoffs here.
It was yeah, I mean, right now they're, I think honestly, Kihan, with these 7 points, they have put a big step forward towards the second phase, honestly.
And oh wow, unfortunate for Downey, but this time even 7.7k damage, or almost 7.8, is not gonna be enough to secure the victory for his team. Humongous scoreline by him, but yeah, at the end of the day, didn't work out. The damage on the team of LTP a bit more spread out, and indeed, like, it took some time, but they were able to get those BZs into the game, and most importantly, I think the game plan worked out for them in the sense that, you know, the mistake of the BZs as a bulk getting too close to the Batchats and then just ending up getting, you know, clipped and farmed, that did not materialize. LTP were able to avoid that threat.
And now they have 7 points, so they've put a good step towards the second phase, right, Kihan? And that was LTP winning against Bobbers. When we return, we have 3 more matches, unbelievable enough, coming your way. So don't go anywhere. We're going to watch a little bit of a replay. When we get back, the action continues. Enjoy the replay.
Bring in the Year of the Wood Snake in World of Tanks. Prepare for a lively event. Complete the stages to get different rewards. Among them will be red envelopes, giving you gold discounts on unique offers. You can find them in the Magic Cats shop. This is your chance to score rare premium vehicles and handy resources at great prices. Celebrate Lunar New Year with your favorite game.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. This time it's gonna be a Moth and I for another best of 5, this time in between Darkside and W. What are your thoughts, Moth?
Well, it's already been quite a long day, right? We've already done 5 matches, but we've still got 3 to go, and W versus Darkside, I'm gonna say my predictions mostly are in a bit of shambles. I'm gonna blame that on the teams, and them not performing to expectations. But you know that's kind of just how it goes with the league, right? They got to kind of feel each other out, and we need to get a sense of what the pecking order is going to be. And Darkside and W at the moment, the 2 teams, as Matthew seem to have dominated the top of the leaderboard, while LTP. Some logos swapped around there, but I believe at the moment it is currently LTP at the top, obviously.
Yeah, the names are correct. So definitely they're gonna screenshot this one because right now, Allez les Bleus, the French Union, is on top. But obviously in this up and coming match, they're. Well, actually, is there someone that can contest? No.
No, not
so they're going to be leading for at least one more match.
Yeah, the only 2 teams that can take that top of the leaderboard at the end of today is going to be Mafia and Cashback, right? If they both win their games. But between Darkside and W, I'm really struggling in these early days to know what to predict here. I believe I went Darkside 3-2, and I honestly, after watching Darkside play against Mafia, I'm kind of regretting that I put that down as well, because of course we've got to put these predictions in before anything happens, and
there we go.
Because the teams are playing 2 rounds of games, it just makes it all that much harder. And the way Darkside played, they just aggressively pushed. They really wanted to take the initiative. If W can shut that down the same way that Mafia did, then this could be another quick 3-0, but I suppose the question is, do W have the facilities to stop it?
Indeed, that's going to be kind of the theme of the match. Like Darkside, probably going very aggressively, and here we do see the lineup. I believe a full Ukrainian team against one of the very few international rosters coming out. That is the team of a W here. And I mean, the man himself is all suited up. Frugo ready to go. Will it be enough for Darkside, though, is the question. Community predictions coming in with a nice 69% for Darkside, seeing actually W behind. And I think that is... I'm a little bit torn here.
It's interesting, right? Because those community predictions come in before we've seen any of the games today, and I think had the predictions been done after we watched the first round of games, I think it would be way more 50-50, right?
Mm-hmm. That being said, 50-50 is going to maybe be the theme of map number 1. Darkside here coming in with the Westfield pick, and W answering with Pilsen. I don't think we've seen a terrible amount of Pilsen yet. That cannot be said for the possible tiebreaker. That one's going to be Muravanka.
No, I don't think we've seen Pilsen played at all yet. We've actually played like quite a lot of similar maps at the moment, and perhaps that's just because it's best of 5 and teams like what they want to pick the maps that are the sort of fairest game, which is why we see a lot of like Muro and Westfield and perhaps Airfield as well. It is going to be Westfield first up, and obviously I don't want to keep bringing it up, but we've all gone with Darkside here, so that's interesting. Like I said, I feel like maybe W is the favored team now, but
yeah, possibly, right? Like, also my predictions, and I think everyone's predictions came in before the first matches today were played. Then again, how much how much value should we put on one more match being played? That is always the question. But yeah, Westfield so far, I mean, we saw Darkside played against Hit and Run, and they obviously picked it up clean 2-0, albeit one of the rounds being played there was against Double Tissac. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one, whether that was like mistake pick. But in Onslaught, normally you would not assume that. But yeah, let's see. Oh, W apparently have been to the kitchen as well. Double Mivy together with Udas, Triple Briska, and the Tissac.
Yeah, I love the M5Y actually. I picked it up specifically just for this season because it was getting buffed, and it's actually a really, really comfortable tank to play. It's not got like insane DPM that we would have seen on the old Super Kong, for example, but the turret, like if you can get in the hold down position, it is actually quite powerful, and obviously the ability buffs your reload based off of like how many different targets that you're shooting at, so it can be a bit annoying to deal with.
Yeah, let's see how this one's gonna go. A Darkside here with that badge are going to have a lot of holding power as well, obviously, as well, the team of Darkside is probably going to say yo at this point in time, because they do see one of the Mivies, but they haven't spotted the second one. So incomplete information is what both teams are going to be playing with. However, Darkside, they are fanning out towards the bottom side of the map here, where they are going to secure a lot of those crucial assets for themselves. W putting all eggs into one basket. They're not even going for the information tower at the top, just triple cap for now. And they do find Shokorix out in the open, but only one shot of damage. He should be able to get hull down.
Yeah, well, we know what W's plan is, right? They want to cap, but Eos, look, taking already a chunk of damage in that M5Y. We've got Shokorix pushing up because there's only 10 seconds left on the cap. The strike has been taken for the side of Solyanka, so the immediate threat of the cap has been sustained for now. And Jakova just trading hold down, but here comes the peek from W. They're going to try and delete Shokorix from the round. They're going to delete that anchor player. Klurf just pumping a whole clip into that tank, but look at the return fire.
Oh my goodness, the Udas there with the 440 Alpha actually not able to remove Shokorix in one shot from the game here. Has to do a second one, and now Trash Panda with that bad shot obviously wants to block the cap as well. How many more strikes does Darkside have available as W pull ahead in the HP department? Trash Panda down towards a two-shot here as well. Itox starting to push in with his Briska, gets tracked, gets held, doesn't really have a shot available, finally able to pick up the bad shot, and as it stands, W seem to be pulling ahead in the tank department.
Yeah, they do. Frugo may fall in his Bliskovica, but that's not really going to matter. Oh, the HP is still really close here. W just with a slight gun advantage, but they're all in one square of the map here as Klurf pushes forwards, tries to get the permatrack on towards Hellmine, but he takes a shot in return that could be critical later on. He's on 200 HP, but Hellmine permatracked here. Jakova now pushing around the side is going to try and get the retrack on him, so Hellmine is out of this round, and Darkside are just left with the stragglers. They've got the RHM and the Batchat in crossfire, but is that enough to try and salvage this round?
Is that enough? That's the question. I mean, they still have Shelby Walk on full HP, but that is a very squishy 2.4k HP, as we're probably about to see good HE connections in towards that RHM. Shelby trying to scurry away from those guns of W, but what are they going to do in turn? Obviously, they're going to put someone on cap again. And the thing is that, yes, Tarksik is strikeable, and the same can be said for Klurf, but first of all, Darkside need to pick up a strike, but Jakova and that Udas already mentally ahead is denying that one from Vladislav.
Yeah, he's just kind of bodyguarding that strike so that Darkside cannot take it. It's not going to matter at this point because the cap is already underway, and there is no chance that Shelby is going to get anywhere near that one, so this game is over, and I wasn't entirely sure like who is coming out on top in the early stages there, because W was trading. They were taking a lot of damage for overpeaking, trying to get that kill on towards the Badger of Shokorix, but in the end, right, they're splitting their HP and spreading it across all the different guns. Meanwhile, Darkside are getting guns picked off.
Yeah, exactly. So W are going to come in with a hard-fought point number one, but I think throughout the whole game, they were always kind of like ahead. And the thing that they did very well, I think, which is what in the end secured them here the round for themselves, is that they were able, as you said, to keep those guns in the game and, you know, thus just ensure an effective DPM advantage. And yeah, from there on out, they just snowballed. Like, as soon as it dropped to like 3 or even 2 guns for Darkside, there realistically was no comeback available anymore. And we do see IOS here, one of the recent additions to the team, not really having the best of games in that Yo. But on the other side of the scoreboard, obviously, Splotty here coming in with 4.2 to his name. And yeah, Shokorix there, obviously, I mean, he was getting sent towards the cap for blocking it. And if the enemy team decides to overpeak on towards you to remove you from the game, there is not a terrible lot that you can really do against that.
No, and I think a key adjustment that we should focus on from what happened that last game is that they actually had a Bliskovica of Frugo in the sort of lower part of the city, playing in the buildings to prevent Darkside from taking the closer strike, because if you only have one strike to reset, it's not really enough to like sustain this cap blocking thing that they had going on. And you can see W just being able, you know, because that forced Darkside to like send guns in much, or like expose themselves much sooner than they perhaps would have been ready for. Because if there was a bit more time in the game, or if they were able to stall it out for longer, then you can have the likes of Shelby flanking around the back and then getting these angles on the other part of the cap circle, and then Darkside can sort of settle into the game more. But because they weren't able to do that, W were able to get the upper hand.
All right, so let's see. Westfield number 2. Is W going to go towards match point, or will Darkside be able to equalize the scoreboard? W, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Once again, W coming out together with the Udas, the Triple Briska, and the Tisak. That is exactly the same lineup.
Yeah, copy pasta. And Darkside's lineup isn't really too dissimilar either. I think there's a 1 tank difference at least, but I'm not sure what it is. Can you spot the difference? That's the question. The Tisak still being brought out.
Did they have an Udas last time around? I'm not entirely sure.
They did. He was in the back sniping.
Then
initially.
I think it might be just like the same lineup as well. So let's get into battle and let's find out how this one is going to turn out. This time around, Darkside not really going for the lower side with as many assets, and a very good plane here coming out from Klurf actually in that Tisak does secure himself 5 first spots, and that also means that he can replane if he wants to. As W are...
He's going to get spotted here. You saw all the guns from Darkside in the bottom left. They were all aiming on towards that radar, but Klurf wisely decided not to commit to it.
Yeah, exactly. He did get spotted, however, on the way out. That must have been a plane by Shelby Walken. For W, it is pretty one-dimensional, the approach at this point in time, because most of their tanks are actually situated at the top here, where the W is starting to make its presence known against the Bliskovica of Vladislav that didn't have damage reduction available, so takes a chunk load of damage, actually, as Splotty and Tarksik with that DPM are really starting to rip through the Bliskovicas, and now they're going to be hold down. This is not really something you can push into. The MVYs really trading themselves off well here. Not a single point of damage taken yet.
Yeah, and look how powerful they are, because they have, I believe, 12 degrees of gun depression. It's just so much easier to crest the ridgeline here, unlike with Bliskovicas. And now the push coming in from W, I think EOS may have jumped the gun a little bit, but he does pick up the kill, manages to pull back into safety. And this crossover from Darkside, they tried to move over with the double medium tank, but they're just completely in the open there. They cannot sit safe in that position, and Trash Panda has realized this now, but he's not going to be able to get out, and W are just going to continue to press this advantage to sack of Cliff, always being a nuisance there, and W just continuing to push in. Only 4 guns left from the side of Darkside.
Yeah, absolutely. W rolling up and rolling over not only the hills of Westfield, but also Darkside's hopes of getting around on the board here of this map, as Shokorix gets tracked, gets held, Jakufar to pick it up, Hellmind probably the next one to the grave, 15 HP separating him from that. Jakufar with a quick back-to-back double kill, and now Tarksik ramming Dreamer here, who is probably having a bit of a nightmare against W right now.
Yeah, 2 quick rounds, and W pick up the 2-0 on Westfield. They put themselves on match point, and from what we've seen,
7-0.
yeah, from what we've seen in match day 1, this has been a pretty quick turnaround for them. I believe 3-0 against the Bobas, and now up 2-0 against Darkside.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird to see, right? Because we saw Darkside absolutely dominate hit and run, but now they're completely falling apart against W. So, yeah, it's kind of weird to see, but interesting to see, cool to see at the same time. But how are we supposed to get things correct in the prediction game?
No, especially if these teams just keep doing like a chain reaction of beating each other. And that makes it really weird to think where hit and run is in the pecking order if they get smashed by Darkside, and now W are beating Darkside, but then hit and run also smash ping. So I think the thing that you have to take into account is that it is only a best of 5, and the longer a season goes on, the longer a series is, you generally see the class of these more experienced or top teams. They kind of comes through in the end, and hit and run obviously struggling with that. They had the same problem last year actually, where they lost their opening round, but to the same team actually. But like you say, it's just making it it's very, very weird to predict. Now we're going on towards Pilsen, which was that W's pick, and both teams have actually played this quite a bit. For Darkside, however, last season, I've got here, it says they played 11 times with a 27% win rate.
Well, let's see if that win rate percentage is gonna change. I think we're almost ready to jump into the next game here, and that one, as we said, it is best of 5. It is a super short, super small match. Is already gonna be the match point for W. So from here on out, Darkside, they really need to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this W team, who really are looking very, very strong today.
It can all change though. It can change very, very quickly in this game, and we pretty much saw the repeat of the same 2 rounds. Exact same lineups from the teams, and just the theme of that game, those 2 rounds of Westfield was just M5 Wise dominating. So it can definitely turn around, and it's going to have to start here because it is match point. Darkside are bringing double Batchat, Ascent AX, a V4, double E4, and a Tasak.
And on the side of W, we're going to see not a single light tank. They're going with a lot of firepower, however, as we see W4, Briskovitsa, Centurion Action X for the Grip Inspire, together with double Bat and a 50B. 50B, not a very common pick normally, but obviously once you get that ability going, the clip can be absolutely brutal, and you're able to just deliver it so precisely. Because, well, not only does the intra-clip reload go down, but you also get, better gun handling, essentially.
Yeah, but look at where Eos is. He's just zoomed straight through the middle of the map in his Batchat and has gone to this sort of anchor position that's very difficult to peek in towards. And more importantly, Key, while the game had started, Shelby, in his Tasak, only spotted 1 tank in the beginning of the game. So they, despite having a light tank, they had total denial of info. They had no idea where W were, which is why they committed so heavily to this side of the map on the 890. The strike gets reset, and now Eos pops up in his Batchat. They completely didn't know where he was, but he takes an HE shell to the rear, and he gets deleted in his Batchat. But still, the cap is on. Darkside have to do something about this.
Darkside have to do something, and indeed Hellmind is going to come in to block the cap. Never mind that, the strike does reset everyone, and that is suiciding play by Ios. I mean, he wanted to block the E4 from coming into the cap, so not completely out there. Frugo, however, able to pick up Hellmind. Another strike coming in, and this one absolutely beautiful, killing 1, damaging 2 more. So Darkside now furiously retaliating after Westfield, where it seemed like they couldn't get nothing done. Here it is the team in green just all over the team of W that completely falls apart here on Pilsen number 1.
Yeah, now they're just in a total crossfire from the side of Darkside, and they are going to be hitting back with one of their own. And I just wonder how that could have played out differently, or what EOS could have done differently in the matchup, because in that position he was just completely vulnerable to all of the guns from Darkside. And initially it looked really good. It was like, oh wow, there's a Batchat here, and he was clipping into the side, but he just melted.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've talked a lot about it, but you can never talk enough about that HE alpha that the E3s and E4s have, like 1100. That's basically half HP of a tier 10 medium in Onslaught, and just like that, Darkside pull a magic trick, make EOS disappear, and also finally make this a competitive match. It is now 1-2 here. W is still on match point, but Darkside seem to have Pilsen down.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked locked down in that particular game, and I was very worried for them at one point in that, because the fact they got so little info in the opening stage from the first plane is just like, I thought for sure that they were in so much trouble, but in the end they just managed to stabilize. And look at that, Dry's doing 6k in such a short game as well, doing 6k, and even on the other side, look at Jackifer doing 5.6, but of course that's making up very much so for the fact that Tarks did 0 damage. Eels only did 1 shot, and Frugo didn't even get a full clip out. That is really not what you want to see from the Clippers.
No, and I kind of, you know, understand what W was trying here. It was basically an all-in play that failed, because like they had a Batchat immediately secure like the strike that's basically in the pocket. And with that one, the plan was to reset the field strike. Meanwhile, they also secured the mid strike with a Briska. And then they have Briska Batchat combination to stop whatever comes to try and block the cap, right? That was essentially the all-in play here by W. But you were talking about protocols earlier that need to be in place for something. And it seems like Darkside have trained against these kind of plays before, because in the end no one lost their calm, like even the Batchat exploding out of nowhere for them, and you know, starting to clip out on the resetters. Even that was not a problem.
No, it wasn't, and in the end it was actually a gift for them to take the round there. But if we like pull back and look at it, that play from W, it's kind of similar to the all-in cap plays that we've seen in the past, where you go aggressively towards the mid strike, you capture that, and then you use that strike to strike the outside field one, and then you fully commit, you put all of your eggs in one basket onto this cap, and if it doesn't work, which it didn't, they got the initial, like Darkside got those initial resets, and then the entire strategy just sort of collapses.
Absolutely, and W after this are gonna switch it up a little. No more 50B shenanigans, instead double Batchat, Fosh-B, triple V4 and the RHM, so not an all-in cap play, at least suggested by the RHM.
Nope, and Darkside still shall be sticking with the trusty Tasak there, which is fabulous for perma-tracking and also blind spray on towards radar towers. They're bringing a Sente X, triple 268 V4, an E3 and an E4. So once again we see the sort of, this is probably like the most meta composition that you could have, which is 1 light tank, 1 Inspire vehicle, and then 5 TDs.
Yeah, so let's see how this one is going to shape up. W mostly orienting themselves towards the well, can you call it the green? No, let's just call it the open side of Pilsen, as Clerf here does get some information, does get spotted himself, and I think he was even tracked, had to burn his rep kit to quickly make it further, as Vladislav is going to get that strike in the middle of the map, but W are going to respond with information tower plus strike by themselves, as the information tower does get reset here. Frugo out in the open, probably plane, takes a big one, make that 2 to the face, down to less than 2k.
That's a huge gamble from Frugo to try and take the radar fully in the open, especially knowing that Darkside, it's already established that they love playing with the Tasak, and Frugo actually goes down and puts his team in quite the predicament. I mean, he is the caller for the team, so he will be able to concentrate on that, but immediately into the 6v7 with no possibility of trade-off, and now these two guns, Itox and Jackifer, are spotted on the 0 line. The jig is up, and Darkside have full info about this play, so what do you do now?
Well, what do you do now? Probably focus on the tiebreaker, but we're not there yet, as the Tesak there with a beautiful plane on towards Jakafar and Itox was able to see what they were up to. Now probably Kitsunk that's going to spot through the gap in the bushes as Itox already having to pop his ability, and they will not be able to run down Shelby. Well, at least if Shelby starts
He's
running
not spotted
away.
the bat, though.
Yeah, Jakafar not spotted in the bat, does not see the Tesak, so I think Shelby just in time able to run away. He's going to make it around the next corner. Yes, the spot comes in, but Hellmind and Kitsunk already coming back to help against Jakafar, who is going to be running against a wall here. That wall is gonna be called Hellmind together with the Centurion from the backlines down to 1 KHP, and all of a sudden Jakafar has to tailgate it out of there.
Yeah, and we're going to place a bit of Ring of Roses as the dark side guys immediately give chase, but they give it up because they know that Jakafar is going to be able to run away. Dreamer is actually caught out now because he's getting clipped from behind by a Foch B and a Batchat. W look to have found an overmatch, but the positions are just so poor as Trash Panda peeks over the top and slaps Eos. Again, he's not having a good time in the Batchat in either of the last 2 rounds. That is for sure. Jakafar and Eos now try to back out, but Hellmind picks up the kill, and now W with just 5 guns remaining. Itox about to fall.
Exactly, Itox trying to heal, but it's just not gonna go his way, as now Dreiser finds Splotty, as Klur from the sidelines can try to help a little bit with that RHM, but all in all it is still 7 tanks available for Darkside and more than double the HP still, even after that shot by Splotty in towards Dreiser. And now it is a 2 versus 6 in Onslaught. You don't do these.
No, it just seems like such a foolish mistake, like the way that started with Frugo, because you know that this Darkside team, we know that they love to play with the Tesak, and that's been pretty consistent. And when the Tesak is in play, or even just the light tank in general, you're never ever going to be able to take the radar just fully in the open like that. It's just not an option. Shelby doing a bit of spray for fun, spray and pray, as Darkside even up the score.
I mean, that's not going to be good for his accuracy percentage.
Oh no.
I can tell you that, but obviously after winning a round and going on towards tiebreaker, they are probably not going to care about that a terrible lot. And obviously with the rule set of OLS Season 2, that also means that both teams have now secured a point for themselves. Does it really help either team is the question. Probably not, considering the team of LTP have, ran up so far as they already did. So now it's going to be, which team is going to secure the additional point in the overtime.
Every little helps, though. I mean, you'd rather 1 point than nothing, right? And we can see Frugo definitely didn't get a single point of damage in that game. He did fire a shot, didn't connect though, and I just think that's such a bad play. I really do.
Yeah.
It's like whether it's a Tesak or even another light tank, especially when guns were already they already knew that Darkside was at least sort of playing towards the field. You know there's going to be some guns aiming. Perhaps we missed something. Maybe they didn't have enough info and he thought he could just take it for free, but it just seems like such an avoidable mistake.
All right, and now this means that Westfield, interestingly enough, picked by Darkside, completely goes the way of W, and the reverse is true for Pilsen, which was W's pick, and Darkside picked that one up 2-0. So that means that now we are on a tiebreaker overtime. That one's going to be played on Muravanka.
Yep, and both these teams love playing Muravanka. A little bit better for W in last season. They had 60% win rate versus Darkside, which had 44%. But I mean, these teams they've swapped around some players. It's a new season. We've got new role skills and slightly new meta tanks. So how much can you really read into that? For my money, it's pretty much 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, also, I think if we go by last season, if W got to a tiebreaker, they had a super high percentage somehow of winning it. That being said, most of the time in scenarios where W got to tiebreaker, they first let the other team like get to match point, and then they started
wasn't
playing.
that like a super common thing where they just lost, like they went down to match point without picking up a single round, and then they did the full remontada so many times, and you were just left wondering like, why didn't you do this before the game was already over? But
Yeah, exactly. I think they had that in the last 3 matches of Phase 2 of Season 1. Well, let's see if this tiebreaker is gonna go their way, or if Darkside is gonna be able to keep it rolling, because right now the momentum definitely with them. 2 rounds back to back for themselves, but obviously Moravanka is a different kind of map than Pilsen. I think all-in cap strategies are also viable. We already saw that today, but in a different way. The map just works differently.
yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anyone adopts this kind of pseudo 430U meta that we saw earlier, because it was kind of strange to watch, honestly. And again, I will keep saying it, I absolutely hate the BZ. I just think it just puts them in such like a limiting position, because you just have 3 tanks that are basically just HP pinatas that all they can do is just push forwards. But let's see if W can make it work. They're bringing 3 of them. They've got Splatty and an E100. We've seen that before, but previously it was actually Eos playing it. Then we've got Brainbreaker in the Bliska, Eos in the Batchat, Cluff in the Tasak.
Alright, and for Darkside, we have a tank we actually see quite rarely nowadays, an IS-7 together with an MVY, double Batchat, 1 CS, 1 Centurion, and a Tasak. This in turn also means that Darkside actually do have a mini strike available on the CS63, whereas W don't.
Yeah, they all got spotted though, Darkside. Every single tank.
So good playing once again coming out from Clurf. And Frugo here boosting into the middle. I think this time around he's not going to just fall for this. This is because Darkside had a kind of a 1-2 opening that is now transferred into a forest play, at least with a double Batchat plus CS, the Centurion obviously playing anchor, but at some point sooner or later, the resets need to come in, because that is a double BZ already in there. Dryza and Hellmind now starting to push on the 1 line here. They need to get some resets rather soon, because the strike is also not up for grabs. The Tasak of Clurf still hovering around.
Yeah, I think Darkside are in a lot of trouble here, unless Hellmind can somehow get some Capola shots in. Here he does manage to reset with HE, so that's good. That's going to stall out the clock for at least a little bit more time. But look at W, they're pushing through the middle. They're going to jump on towards these tanks, on towards the 1-2 line. They think that they have found an overmatch. That will remain to be seen, but for now, Hellmind is taking a whole chunk of damage.
Indeed, Hellmind is going to be the focus for the team of W here, who just push in. Ios with the Batchat together with iTox are going to remove the first tank from the game, and the strike's not really connecting here. Dryza is going to be the next one focused out as W form up as a ball of steel and get it rolling against Dryza here, who just melts like ice in the sunshine. 7 versus 5. The international team of W have everything to play for.
They do right now, and Shelby is spotted out in the Tasaki. Just got delit, but I think he got plain, and he might be about to get blown up as there's several guns that can aim towards him. Shelby taking so much damage. Can he survive? No! He falls to Frugo there, and I think that was probably the last hope for Darkside in this round. They needed to try and get out with Shelby and be able to play for the long game, but it's not going to happen. Dreamer now is the next target to get pushed on towards by the BZs, who just torpedo straight into him. Jackifer with the ram, and they will be winning and taking that extra point away in this tiebreaker win.
Yeah, so W here after 2 weird rounds on Pilsen are going to be able to break the win streak that Darkside had accumulated. They are going to put themselves on a 3-2 scoreline. This means W are going to win the match, are going to take home 2 points. Darkside will have to be content with 1.
Very one-sided rounds, like the whole way through is just like one team convincingly stomping the other, and I really wasn't sure about that push from W initially, because it looked like they were going to just take so much damage from pushing across the open. But I think because the tanks that Darkside had, like the IS-7 for example, it's just like it just doesn't have enough damage output to really sort of halt this kind of push. He also, like, the position that he was in, he can't even really peek over the ridgeline while they were pushing on towards the first tank, which was Hellmine. And yeah, pretty clean sweep across the board.
I
The
think
batch at top.
Yeah, I think the most important thing as well for W in this round was that the Tisak at some point was able to get the information tower, and then the W team just saw, hey, like, you know, Darkseid, they do have two batches.
I'm not sure he was even that key, because I think the first plane, he spotted all 7, and then he was able to get a replane on them initially rotating towards the forest, and then he spotted them again, either with another plane or just by himself. He spotted double Batchat going towards the forest area, and W just went, hell yeah, let's just go and let's just push this overmatch. And you know, as much as I say I hate the BZ, you know, it does have a lot of HP, and if you don't have the damage output to be able to shut it down quickly, then, you know, they can just keep on rolling.
Yeah, no, I think the second time that Clerv got the information tower was just the trigger to be like, all right, they have double Batchat plus CS out of the game. We can just torpedo in and roll over them. Anyway, that was yet another best of 5 for you, but obviously we've got more of that coming right after a quick break. We'll see you then.
Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 is here, and you can make it truly special for participants and yourself. Boost the prize pool by predicting with team bundles. If your team wins, you can upgrade the included style to a shiny golden version. Contribute now.
Welcome back to, what is this, match 3 of match day number 3 of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2, Moff? If I think I got that right. Just about.
I don't know. There's too many games at this point. I've lost track. Anyway, we're on to we're close to the end now. We've got Cashback versus Ping. Both of these teams, of course, already played earlier in the day. We saw Cashback just narrowly with that. It was the opening game of the day, right? And they just narrowly won over LTP. LTP really being the shock of the day, I would say, in terms of what we expected. Ping, they had a game against their Polish brothers in Hit and Run, and they lost that 3-1. It was like reasonably competitive at some points in that game. They had 2 close games on Westfield, but then they just got completely dominated on the last round on Ghost Town.
Yeah, those Westfield runs were competitive, but Ghost Town was not. Cashback has a little bit to prove, but Ping is, I mean, Moff, let's be realistic. They are starting to be in territory where you're like, they will need the points.
Yeah, it's they're looking like they're in danger for sure. And this Cashback lineup, of course, they had total domination in last season and a lot of star power in their lineup, with Squeezy being the MVP from last year in the playoffs, and then they've got Liberty, who's their pro light tank player, and then of course they drafted Gotcha Baby as well, who was also a star player from a different team. And you just look at the lineup and you think that you just find it very difficult, even if Ping have be able to match them on a tactical level. You find it very difficult to believe that they can actually make it work here.
But LTP showed that Cashback is possible to be defeated.
If it can bleed, we can kill it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, LTP was able to take 2 rounds, but they probably should have been able to take 3. But for them, all good, because they beat Bobbers at least, which was the more crucial match for them to take points in.
Yeah, and Ping, of course, we should mention they were the OCS winners, which is the division below, and they managed to win that to qualify for the league, actually beating out LTP. So it's kind of interesting that LTP have actually looked to have grown since that point and look to be the stronger team at the moment. Ping, of course, they brought in some reinforcements. They brought over Miku and Click from W. From what I understand, Click actually had quite a bit of involvement in helping create strats for W, so perhaps that could help Ping, give them an edge here. They also have more experience, which is going to help the other guys.
Yeah, but in OCS, LTP and Ping had a lot of close affairs, right?
98%.
If I'm not mistaken,
sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, in OCS, LTP and Ping had a lot of close affairs, though.
They did, but I think ultimately in the playoffs, the critical match, I think Ping actually won it 5-1, which is what makes the turnaround in the two teams relative form so surprising. But the 98% for Cashback. We've yet to see 100% of the community voting in favor of one team.
I think it's impossible, no?
No, you're always going to have some diehard fans of one team or the other, that's for sure. But the map's coming through here. It's going to be Westfield, which we saw both of these teams already play so far. And Cashback, we didn't even really see them fight that much on it because of the nature of how their games went. Ping, they brought some slightly interesting lineups, bringing double Sente X, because that's not something you see very often, because double Inspire it doesn't stack, obviously, so normally teams only bring one of them, but they were able to sort of hang it out with Hit and Run. So if it turns into that brawly nature, then perhaps they could take a win there.
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be very quick, though, Moff. Very, very, very quick. Westfield into Cliff. I mean, those are 2 extremely fast-paced maps. Can Ping bring it to Cashback? Because we saw Cashback against W. It was the exact same map pool, right? On day 1, it was Westfield into Cliff. Just roll up and over them, if you remember.
Yeah, I do remember, and that was probably the quickest best of 5 you're ever gonna see, really. And that's sometimes just how it can go in these situations. And we're just being, again, it's maybe it's gonna turn out differently this time when we predicted that Cashback would roll over LTP, but I think this time we might be okay with the 3-0.
I mean, that's you guys and your predictions are really interesting. 3-0 is a bit much, no?
I just go with my gut, you know. It's like I look at the two teams. It's like, and I go with what immediately pops in my head.
How has your gut worked out today, Moff? Huh? Your predictions?
Not too well, not too well. But it's my gut, you know. Like,
next play day, you're gonna stick with your gut feeling, or?
Listen, as more data is gathered, we can put it into like prediction algorithm. Then the predictions are gonna become more and more accurate. I was actually doing pretty good last year, but obviously we didn't track it last year, so no one knows that. But you know.
Well, battle number 1 on Westfield. Ping, E50M, Udes, Badger, Triple Bliska, and an IHM.
Meanwhile, we've got Cashback bringing quadruple Bliskavitzer. They've got a Foshby and Barbarian. That's kind of become a trademark tank for him to pick no matter what map they play on. They've got Liberty and the trusty RHM, and then Baby always playing the Inspire tank as well. So pretty much everyone's got their defined role in that team.
Yeah, I mean, Baby just continues playing the X from last season, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And his DPG did get a bit ruined though, because of the game against W. I almost thought that W deliberately lost that, like by getting capped to just tank his DPG just out of spite, you know. But it looks like it's going to be a brawl here. We've got Cashback doing the same opening that they did against W, aggressive towards the center of the map. Adamek and Miku are going to stop at the passive buildings though, so they shouldn't be quite so easy picks. Already a bit of damage taken on towards the Cashback guys.
Yeah, but now they're pushing forward en masse, on group. Aka, Little, coming on the outside. Squeezy was the first one to take the damage, and now they're trying to find the angles, but here comes Ping back in with their tanks as well from the top. They start the surge down. Aka immediately deleted by Adi. The strike coming in, it hits home, it's a big one.
That's huge.
Hitting on 4 tanks at the same time, but Little needs to be a little bit smaller if he wants to survive there. Can't really hide behind his friend Aka's wreck. And now Miku is low and Adamek are low, but look at Cashback in return, losing 2 guns already, about to lose a 3rd as well. They need to find some kills. They do take a strike though, I think, with Barbarian. This could be huge if placed in the correct part of the map, but can they actually make it happen? They're down towards 3 tanks against the 6 of Ping. The strike even doesn't hit home. Barbarian comes off a reload now with 6 shells, make that 5. Can he find the kills here, Mov? It's a big question. He will heal most of that back. He tracks Click, he finds the kill as well. Adamek now trying to peek as well, and can he find another kill? Bebra, the goats are starting to come in. Baby gets another kill as well, and all of a sudden, Mov, it's playable.
Yeah, and Lackey is down to a one-shot now, gets picked off, and Liberty finds the kill. Now Yashek now trying to make a play in the RHM. He's going to try and look for the pick on towards Baby, who already preloads HE, puts in a big shot there. Can Yashek find the kill before he goes down? He does manage to pick up the kill, and now Liberty looking for the pickup, but it's actually Barbarian who finds the shot. Liberty now, can he survive? Like needs to pick up this kill if he wants to have a chance at winning this 1 versus 2. Liberty in a lot of trouble. Like rounds the corner, he does pick up the kill, and now it's a crazy 1v1. We've gone Udes versus a Fosh B, the 2 most unlikely tanks you would think to find in an endgame scenario. Fosh B normally goes in first and just gets taken down, but Like, of course, is 1 clippable for Barbarian.
Yeah, of course, that Fosh B, when it finds the Uras in a head-on engagement. The thing is, Tomov, it's good that he's taken the strike, because 2031, it's 5 shotable, but realistically, let's say 6, right? So if you miss 1, GG. But with the strike, you can miss 2. Potentially.
Yep, that's definitely true. There's also the possibility that he could ram him. I wonder right now, though, we always have to go through the calculations of what happens if this game were to be a draw right now. That is the question, because obviously both teams have the same number of guns alive.
Ping would win. It's very simple.
Because they've got more heavily armored tanks.
No, because Barbarian healed at least 1,000 HP.
Ah, that's a very good point. So now he uses the radar tower. elects not to pop it immediately.
He's gonna go to the other strike in the meantime.
Yeah, so he'll probably pop the radar, use the first strike, and then collect another one.
Exactly.
And
Well, while charging ability, because we can see here it's level 1, so the UI top right doesn't seem to be fully right. I wonder which one's right. I think it's the bottom one that's right.
Oh, he dodges.
Ooh.
Like manages to avoid the strike there, and it's kind of difficult to know what Like should even do in this situation, because we know that the Foch B is obviously the more immediately dangerous of the two tanks, and if they go into a head-on 1v1, Barbarian will more than likely win, and the Udes not being like the most mobile medium, it's really hard to know what he should do in this situation. I mean, he could go and collect the radar perhaps, but then Barbarian's already got a strike. This is quite a good position for him to be in though. Just hold up here and wait for Barbarian to push back in. He could get a free shot.
But Barbarian will put the strike. This one will hit home as well, so minus 400. And now comes the trouble for that Udas, though. The Foch B is charging.
He doesn't know.
He will pop his ability. So now Like is doing a good job at running towards the buildings. Barbarian gets 1, gets 2. So far the rolls are dead average, 806, so 6 above. Ooh, that was a nasty little flick there, 409. Could finish it in one shot, but he has everything going. 407, 9 HP, Barbarian. Schooling Like here, he could play it slow, he could play it steady.
Go for the strike.
Yeah, I mean, winning the round is more important than styling on Like. He's already hit a few bangers. Or he's just disengaging to come from a weird angle, and he does it, and Barbarian, yet again, clutches for Cashback just against LTP. Put this man in a 1v whatever, and he is going to be taking it away. The GOATs are going to be very happy with that. So yeah, good stuff there.
Yeah, it was a brilliantly played round from Barbarian. I think more importantly than that clutch at the end was the clip he did beforehand, where he just came back in and picked up all of those low HPs that was so very necessary for Cashback to win that round, because there was one point where they were down like 3 or 4 guns even, and they still had more HP, which was just, it's such an odd position to be in when you're down that many guns and still have the HP lead. But again, like I struggle to imagine how, like, what Like could actually do differently in that situation.
Nothing almost, but I don't know.
I feel like the best thing he could have done would be, you know, the radar in the south.
Yeah.
I feel like if he sits in that pocket, he can do like 2 shots on the approach.
The radar in the south, you mean the west radar, right?
Yes. Yeah, and you know there's like,
you know what's the issue with this? That it doesn't prevent the east radar. And if he knows you're there, your 2 shots when he comes from below is no shots.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think.
I don't know if he could really do something more that would change it up. Like, it's just not a good engagement for him, you know, like, because of the info. The info points ruin it for him. If there was no info points, he could do something funky like camp, like A5 or whatever, you know, and outspot the first B and do whatever. But with the radar, also, I think Liberty could have survived, to be honest. I think he ended up, like, you remember when he was a 2-shot? He didn't need to take the shot, you know? Where he could have turned left and disengaged.
I think in that moment though, you kind of panic and you're thinking, oh, I need to return fire, I need to shoot him. But like when the Foch B is just charging at you like that, you just need to kite as best you can. It's a very tricky situation. But it was a competitive game from Ping. It was kind of the same vibe as what we saw in their match against Hit and Run, where they did take 1 round, but in the end, like, the strength of like Hit and Run and their players, the coordination just shone through, similar to how Cashback are working now.
Battle number 2. Ping, double Batshot, AX, Badger, double Bliska, and RHM. Seems to be their standard lineup.
Yep, and Cashback are leaning more into the M5Y meta, the Mivi meta, the Yotank meta, whatever you want to call it. It's becoming a bit of a favorite for these teams. They've also got an Udes, which is also becoming more popular instead of the Cent AX, and then they've got triple Bliskavitza, so no light tank for Cashback. I think it's pretty telling where they want to go with all those gun depression tanks.
Maybe towards the south. Right. Maybe,
well, we'll see.
Maybe they're great for the south. No, I mean, they all get spotted. No, actually, no, 5 out of 7 I mean, I think they have a pretty good idea for the side of Ping what's happening. They missed, what did they miss? The Udas and one Mivi, right?
Yes, that is correct. And the Batchats actually, they turned back these medians from Ping. I thought that could have been pretty good for them if they were able to like take over the A3 pocket, but I guess it's just the fear factor of just so much. Ooh, and Lackey gets spotted out in the center. X takes one shot, but at the moment, Ping taking the South Strike. Adamek now under pressure from Iced, who's kind of going on a bit of a solo mission, but Addy is committing in, and there's no one really here to support him. He's just getting overpeaked for free. Little taking a whole chunk of damage on his own, and Little actually kind of suiciding through the open.
Yeah, Little now trying to get safe into the buildings. He will face off against Click, but that's a Bliskavica. He cannot win that. He pops his ability. He does get a bounce there. Click non-connection. Barbarian facing off against Adamek in the meantime. Addy falling to Baby because the battle's raging on everywhere else. Nobody to cover that Badger anymore. Now I said coming for Adamek. Little coming back, Light coming back in with the bad shot with 5 shells. Jacek on the side as well, but Cashback so far seemed truly ahead in this one. Jacek pushed back by those Mivis from the back. Squeezy and Liberty shooting down, and now look at that center part, the Cashback blob. Where does it go? West is probably the choice on towards Miku as Aka does fall, but these squishy little bad shots don't have much to say against Bliskavicas, as now when we see this DPM fight roll out, Cashback just takes it easily, pushing back into that middle area. Still have 5 tanks left standing. Lucky Jacek, the last 2 standing. A great example of divide and conquer.
Exactly, and this has given me such vibes of the Pilsen strategy, where you push onto the cap with this like incredibly brawly setup, and you just force the enemy, you just force them to come at you, whether they have the lineup or not to actually fight you doesn't matter. And it's the same like essence, where you just go onto the cap and you prevent them from taking the close strike, so they only get 1 strike available, and they're just forced, like poor Addy in the Badger, like it looks like he's just
I was going to ask you, he was very early, Moff. Very early.
It was, I wasn't paying
attention. There was 2
the...
in the cap, not 3. So there was still like a decent amount of time left. It wasn't like that super urgent yet to get into the cap, but I understand why he went. I feel like he could have held off a second longer though. Or a second or 5 almost. They were taking the strike in the south, you know, like they did have, how to say, they were in like...
They did have insurance.
Yeah, they were never gonna get capped to start.
Exactly. But it's just the sort of like aggressive nature of the way Cashback's playing that just puts you under pressure. And it kind of just forces these mistakes out of these players from Ping, and that lineup pretty much works exactly as intended.
Well, that was Westfield done. So far it's a deja vu feeling from against W, if you remember. And now Cliff is coming up.
Yep, and Cliff, it was another very strong map for Cashback in last season. It was actually their most played map. I mean, we keep talking about, we kept bringing up Ensk being the map they had 100% win rate on, but they barely ever played it. Their most played map was in fact Cliff, which was 12 times with a 67% win rate.
Well, it doesn't prove many good fortune in the near future for the side of Ping right now, Moff. If you're them, you're a little bit worried about this.
No, more than a little bit worried. I think alarm bells should definitely be ringing, and perhaps were even ringing before the match began. But if they do want to mount any kind of a comeback, it's going to have to start here.
Can they do it, or is this going to be a quick affair, Moff? What do you think? Maybe I mean, I know what
you know what I think.
Yeah, I know what you want as well.
Oh yes, the prediction game. I need it, dude. I need it.
How much do you need it?
And I need to beat Phil. But actually, Phil predicted 3-0 as well, so it doesn't. I'm just still losing because he's already ahead today.
Exactly, Moff. You're just fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, I mean that's the trouble with predictions, is like if the other person is predicting,
dude, all Phil has to do for the rest of the season to beat you,
it's just the same.
It's predict the same. Exactly the same. You've already lost. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, but then that opens the door for the other Yerman to go on through. You know?
Not necessarily.
Since you don't care about predictions,
I
right?
really don't, actually. I mean, I could start caring, but why would I? It's too late now. I should have been told this before this.
Maybe we should have bet something.
Exactly.
Something at stake.
Anyways, cliff number 1. Ping, triple BZ, double B, double bat, 1 Centurion EX, and an RHM to round it off.
Yeah, a much more balanced lineup compared to Cashback, who are bringing 5 bat chats, 1 BZ, and a T100. Yeah, definitely leaning straight into that bat chat DPM meta. We've seen a lot more T100 on Cliff as well, just because it's easier to take the hill without getting blown up, and also to take the radar on top of the hill without exposing.
Yeah, that low profile works wonders for the bat chat, right? So,
did you see how the Cashback guys drove at the start there? The bat chats, they went super wide to the left-hand side to not get planed.
yeah, just playing around with the feelings, a little bit of Ping, and Ping so far seems to be aiming at the hill with double tank, double bat shot, Liberty going up at that T100. Takes 1, takes 2, but that's about it actually.
Yeah, and that's not really worth it either, because now Ping, they had double bat chat on that lower side, and now they don't have any map control, and they're getting clipped in the side, and their bat chats on the lower side are just out of the fight. They sacrifice positions just to put in 2 shots onto a T100, and initial damage seems to have gone slightly in favor of Cashback, and now Barbarians over peaking because Ping, they just want to go back towards the donut. They're going to try and push on towards these bat chats, but are they going to be able to get them?
Eyesight is going for the 1v2 right now, which is an interesting move on his part. Little decided that he doesn't want to have anything to do with this, which I think is the more intelligent option, but Eyesight still just clipping out. Now Little is coming in to help him, which is a little bit late. I mean, I think he expected him to come straight off the strike, but it doesn't even matter when we look at it, because already 2 tanks down, Adi and Adamek. Maybe that initial spot mob really confused them to how many tanks were left, right, and everywhere, as they probably thought there was a lot more on 1-2 or wherever, because right now we can see the result of this. Like, sure, Ping is competing in the health department, but in the actual tank department, it's a really, really bad story.
Yeah, it's not going too well for them, and the HP bar's a little bit bugged at the top, so their hypothetical HP looks much better than it actually is, because the reality is they've got 2 one-shots left, and Lackey is getting pushed off a cliff.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick 3-0 for Cashback, and it was a dominating performance. So we've had 2 Cashbacks today. We've had a shaky Cashback and a dominating Cashback, and sadly for Ping, they got the less fortunate option against him.
Yeah, but does that say more about the quality of opponent that Cashback fought against, or does it say? Did you say they weren't warmed up?
Different maps.
Yeah,
Ensk is a whole different ball game in terms of like how it plays out in Cliff.
Yep, that's a very good point, and unfortunately for Ping, I mean, I suppose on the plus side, you've possibly played the best team in the league, so you kind of ripped the band-aid off and got it over and done with, I suppose.
But there's still a lot of good teams that Ping has to play against.
Yeah, that's true.
And they already played LTP. So
yeah, so the only, like, if we're being brutally honest, then the next of probably the weaker teams that they would have a chance against is the Bobas, right?
Yep. So it's not going to get easier for them, but Cashback is very happy with these points. They remain undefeated. They take full 3 points, unlike against LTP, and they set order into the matches. I don't think there's much more to say about a performance from Cashback. Pretty solid stuff. Westfield could have gone different off, but it did not go. Cashback took it away, and that's also the tell sign of a great team clutching it out. When we come back, we will have the last match of the day. Unbelievable. We've actually reached towards the end, but before that, we'll have a few replays so you can get a snack and a drink. We'll be right back.
pulling on your winners. Your Onslaught Legends Series champions will be Cashback.
Mafia are your Fragstar Winter Invitational champions. They take it
24 and the old champion, it is the new champion. Hit and run, the trophy goes. They've done it.
Are you united in
Hello and welcome back, and we've indeed made it to the last match of today, to the last match of what some call the Super Sunday, the 8th one. And it's going to be a Polish derby moff in between the Fragstar.com Winter Invitational winners, Mafia, and the World of Tanks Championship International winners, Hit and Run.
Yeah, we made it to the end of the day, but at least we get this little treat right at the end. We get an absolute banger between the two Polish powerhouses, Mafia and Hit and Run, both two great teams in their own right, both winning tournaments in recent memory. Mafia obviously winning the Winter Invitational, and Hit and Run winning WCI China 2024. And I'm expecting big things in this one.
Yeah, let's see. Both of those teams having obviously played one of the most memorable matches against each other. That one was the match for China as to who would be replacing Cashback there. And obviously, we all know how the story went. Hit and Run won in the tiebreaker to go on to snatch a victory at WCI as well. Community predictions split basically right down the middle, 54 to 46%. That being said, I think the biggest question on everyone's mind for the match as well is which kind of hit and run are we going to see?
That is an excellent question, and I think the community predictions is a sign of the times, really, because in recent history, Mafia have just about managed to get the better of Hit and Run, and they've been sort of had question marks over them because of these highly experimental lineups that we've seen, not just in match day 1, but also in the Winter Invitational. They were bringing some crazy lineups with like triple Jagdpanzers and stuff, and it just did not work out for them. And I just want to see them because I know how good, we know how good they are as a team. If they just take a slightly more balanced lineup, I feel like they'll just be able to stabilize.
All right, that being said, the maps certainly are interesting ones. Mafia opting for a Ghost Town, don't want to play Cliff against Hit and Run. And Hit and Run saying, well, after Ghost Town, we are headed to Studzianki, no Himmelsdorf, wanting to be played by Hit. I think they're like essentially first banning this always, at least during this first phase here of the Season 2. But yeah, Ghost Town, a map that can be played a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw Hit and Run actually had a pretty good showing on it earlier today when they managed to take down Ping. I think the Himmelsdorf ban is quite an interesting one because you would imagine that Himmelsdorf would sort of lend itself naturally to the way Hit and Run like to play with this fast aggression. But what I'm thinking is they probably want to maybe they want to ban it out to save strats for the future because obviously it's a new map in the pool, so there's a lot of like potential for what we can see here. And predictions, Dakills are the only one still having a bit of faith in Hit and Run. The rest of us going with Mafia.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't think Phil and I completely abandoning Hit and Run here. 3-2, meaning we are saying it could go either way. It's just that, you know, Mafia have looked stronger, and that, like, it needs to also be said, our predictions are from before the day started, so we didn't see Hit and Run play earlier today when we made the prediction.
Exactly, and that's kind of why I went more towards the 3-1 side of things, as well as just wanting to be different. You know, gotta be special and pick a different prediction to the 3-2 tiebreaker.
Well, your possibility to make up 1 point, you know, trying to catch Phil. But obviously, Phil and I with the opportunity to net ourselves 2 when you only get 1. So we'll have to wait and see. Ghost Town, very, very interesting map in my opinion, just because there is so many different ways that you can play it. I think I was just going to talk about it actually. I think the can opener actually adding another layer of what you can play, because you can put it like on the outside in the hold down position at the stairs, and indeed that seems to be what Mafia wants to do together with Double Bat. A Leo 1, so they will have a Baby Strike available, and an E4, an EBR and RHM, so double light, one of them wheeled for Mafia, hit and run double light, but both of them tracked.
Yeah, as we've seen though with this can opener strategy where you place it on the stairs, it's not a guarantee, because we saw Hit and Run were quite effectively able to counter it just by physically blocking. They put Monster in the way in the Bliskovitzer, and the can opener, while it's good in this hold down situation, the actual angles that you can get to reset the cap can be quite limited if they just hide on the sort of edge.
Alright, the can opener was also spotted out immediately together with the RHM, and Kono right now running it through the 8 and 9 line through the bushes, does spot out Ketsai with that T100 LT, who also catches a stray shot from somewhere in the back, as YOLO is currently taking the Artist Strike. Pants Fury also spotted, so good planes coming in from the light tanks on the team of Hit and Run. As well as Mafia, and to be honest, Mafia kind of getting the edge here with a single light tank with the plane. YOLO getting shielded there by Profuse as well, means that they are going to be getting the strike. And Kono now through the 9 line, showing how to spot there, driving to the front, then driving back again, doesn't want to get planed.
Yeah, and I think critically, there's no plane for either light tank from the side of Hit and Run right now. Franak and Music throwing some punches at each other. Of course, both of these guys were teammates together on Storm, and when that team broke up, they both went their separate ways, but I think they complement their respective teams very well. Piotr very committed here in the I7, but he's got a beautiful hold down to play off of, and you can see that makes it very hard for Orzhek to be able to connect the shot. Now Piotr deciding he doesn't want to stick around here. He wants to get off to a different part of the map at the moment, and you can see still Ketsai stuck in this position in the bushes. He could have left if he wanted to be fair. I think it's kind of brave to actually stay there, given that that was exactly where he was last spotted. He could get planed at any moment, in theory.
We'll see how that goes, as it seems like Franik, or Minairos formerly, has abandoned the Western Artist Strike. Yuzek still hovering around for the time being. There's no one really close that could actually present a danger, but call me Piotr, actually, like, he started a rotation and he's pulling through with it. That IS-7 does go pretty fast on the open. He does, however, get spotted now. This in turn means that a lot of angles in the city are left free by the team of Hit and Run. However, Tsek now picking up the strike with the IS-7. I think he was able to do so. It gives a little bit of control towards Hit and Run currently, but Tsek also bleeding on the open there. I think he was peeking a bit far, and obviously you have that D0 medium Conrad parked out there that can really punish Tsek for peeking.
Yeah, of course, if Tsek does try to go for a peek on towards Profuse, not only does Conrad have the covering fire, but the can opener can slap him with a massive double shot as well, right? And at this point in the game, we've had some opening trades, but both teams just making rotations across the map. They've got their kind of opening positions, and now it's all about the sort of micro of the light games, trying to figure out how to clear the other light tanks.
Yeah, and right now, Yuzek not trading the best in his back shot here, as Kono starts making a run, aborts though before getting too far. He would be able to spot out Ketsai, who I don't think is positioned in a way where he could immediately run, so would need to be extremely careful here, as I think the IS-7 on the one line could be the potential for Hit and Run to take more control and more resources away from the team of Mafia. But you can really see by how this round is going, how much respect the two teams have for each other, because neither is committing to some sort of like ultra aggressive push, because they know that, you know, the respectively other team playing on the other side, they are more than capable of dealing with stuff like that.
Strike comes in onto Profuse. That means Tsek is now able to collect the strike. We'll see if Mafia are just happy to let that one go, but Kono is still trying to, he's sort of penetrating deeper and deeper into the bush line, trying to figure out where Ketsai is, but he's not committing far enough to actually get any kind of information. And of course, in Onslaught, with 25 meters of proxy range, he's pretty much not going to see Ketsai until he's right on top of him. And Ketsai is so far back that Kono would surely be dead if he actually went far enough to spot him.
Yep. I think Kono is being very cautious, and rightfully so. He doesn't know how many, tanks are just positioned there, how many people could be shooting at him, and double Batchat together with the T100 should certainly be enough to completely eliminate him and evaporate him. You can see he actually has the radio equipment together with low noise, no CBS, and now almost close enough. I mean, he does see T-Sec here, and that radio equipment obviously decreases the time that you're spotted when people have no line of sight on towards you anymore. Interesting choice of equipment for sure, but I wouldn't say a bad one necessarily.
Ketsai does now have a plane. He's been waiting the whole game as it just sort of passively ticks up, and he's finally got one. Is he going to use it? It looks like he does. And now Kono's gone and spotted him, but he just barely spots Ketsai in time, and Ketsai can pull back behind the ridgeline. The plane comes out, so Ketsai will remain spotted for an additional period of time. But as you can see, the low-profile nature of the T100, he cannot actually be killed in this situation. And Comrade has overcommitted completely to try and pick up this kill, and it's just not happened. So a really, really good choice of tank here from Hit and Run to put the T100 there, because he just cannot get killed.
And Monster picking up another kill here. Conrad bites the dust as well. And the EBR vanishing, that just shows you how ready the team of Hit and Run really were against the EBR. Like every single shot basically connecting the EBR, just completely getting melted away. And all of a sudden, I mean, Mafia playing with 2 tanks down, 4,000 HP disadvantage as well. Hit and Run would have to throw this one pretty far.
Yeah, and when you take such an advantage, being up 2 tanks, it just creates this snowball effect. And especially when you've got 2 light tanks alive, you know, if Ketsai wanted to, he could push back up, and a Batchat's actually been spotted on the other side of the map. Hit and Run maybe assuming that the bush line was clear, but YOLO is playing a very, very dangerous game right now, because he's not on EBR and he is fully stationary right in front of Ketsai.
Ketsai right now playing extremely cautious as well. Just as Yuzek, though, gets caught here on the outside, takes another one from Mentos, does get tracked as well. And this means that this Batchat is going to be an HE one-shot for the RHM and a one-shot for every single other tank in the game. Call Me Piotr now also advancing on that A-line. And yeah, indeed, T-Sec is going to secure the kill on towards Yuzek. So all of a sudden, Mafia playing with another tank down. Hit and Run just wrestling the round from them piece by piece and tank by tank.
Yeah, I think that was just a desperate move from Yuzek, because at that point, you kind of know which way the game is going. And Hit and Run are going to take all the time in the world to make sure that they close out this game. It's quite funny that they're right in front of each other and they can't spot them. Oh, plane comes out though. Is anyone
plane
ready?
Comes out.
And they do. They do find the kill, but is that a little bit too late to make a comeback?
I mean, possibly. It's still a 6 versus 4 situation that Hit and Run are playing from, and Piotr obviously on that one line is going to take that strike. Yes, he is going to get reset, but with that much HP to play with, he probably doesn't really care. Slow and steady is gonna win the race, and Mafia certainly don't seem to be able to beat Hit and Run at this pace, at least in round number 1 on a Ghost Town. Another baby strike is gonna reset Call Me Piotr, and that's obviously very, very annoying. But to be honest, this game here might go down to like 0 seconds anyway, and at that point in time, obviously the rule comes in that whoever has killed more tanks is going to be winning. So that currently is Hit and Run, and I don't really see any tanks that are in immediate danger of dying.
No, everyone's completely safe. Even Pan's Fury, you see he's just completely tucked behind the ship, because he knows that there is absolutely no benefit to him peeking, because he might get planed or blind fired. There is no reason for him to peek or do anything, Hit and Run are winning this game. They just need to sit tight. YOLO now making a move out of desperation or just kind of giving up because he knows the outcome of this battle. What I find really funny though, I feel bad for Ketsai because he was so patient after he first got spotted. He just sat there, not peeking into the bush the whole time. And then as soon as he went back into the bush, he got planed. But the reason that happened is because YOLO knew that he couldn't have left, so he knew he was still there.
Yeah, exactly. So all in all, Hit and Run are going to secure this round number 1 here with Piotr jumping on top of Profuse. But yeah, he's going to take a look at this.
Can he kill him? Can he kill him by ram? Oh no.
No.
I wanted him to I wanted T-Sec to ram Piotr to push him on top of him.
I mean, unfortunately, the time for that was not enough anyway, because now the timer has actually hit 0, and that means that Hit and Run are going to take the round, obviously, because of more tanks staying alive, more kills killed by them. And I think, yeah, it was really visible how much both of those teams respect each other here. No one was trying any funky stuff. It was just two, I would say, similar strategies. Facing off against one another, and just one of them winning out over time with obviously very good marksmanship by the players on Hit and Run as well to just delete that EBR like that. I think there are very few teams in the world that could do it quite like this.
Yeah, and you have to be really patient for that as well. You have to be really focused and just waiting the whole time for that one moment when the EBR just goes a little bit too far. I have to say, I'm questioning the decision making from Kono, but especially because he left the bush line, so he knew what he was doing. He was pushing in there to get Ketsai spotted, but when you're so committed like that in your EBR, you're pretty much guaranteeing that you're always going to die. But I suppose it's 50-50 because if they had in fact killed Ketsai in that moment, that it would have been probably a decent trade, right?
Yeah, exactly. So at least this time around, it's going to end up with a double track light winning out against track plus wield. But we got another round of Ghost Town coming up, so we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, in Hit and Run's case, you don't really need to do a whole lot differently because the sides are kind of mirrored. You can play the same thing because it worked, but that is also where the mind games are starting to come in here, because the players playing against each other here, they play together in different formats, for example, so 15v15, so they know each other inside out. So on top of the usual layer of mind games that we always see, we have this additional thing of hey, we know how the other team normally plays, so we kind of maybe should switch it up here and there just to surprise them.
Yep, and when both teams commit to that lifetime playstyle, it can make it pretty awkward. We're seeing a similar lineup from Hit and Run. It's pretty much identical lineup that we saw earlier today. Double E100, double RHM, double BAT, and then just the lonely IS-7.
And on the other side, Mafia have a friend for the singular IS-7 of Piotr, and that is Profuse, who brings one of his own together with triple BAT, double E4, and just a single RHM.
So the double light again coming out for the side of Hit and Run, and on this map it is just very, very powerful. So
I'm waiting to see if some team at some point during the season is going to bring out triple light tank on Ghost Town, and then they just directly get capped.
I'm trying to remember. I remember W bringing a super funky lineup where they brought basically no heavies, and it was a Leo, and then I don't think it was 3 light tanks though. I'm not sure, but the problem with that is when you commit so heavily to that many lights, you've really got to get at least one free pick, and if you don't, then you're kind of screwed.
Well, let's see. First of all, we're going to have a Mafia hit squad.
Ooh,
that's gonna
Mentos,
drive.
This is very, very brave. Look at where he's going.
I mean, right now he's not spotted, and probably for the better for him, but that hit squad on the one line that I was talking about with Mafia, with that double batch out of Yuzek and Konrad, they're going to be met with Franek and Monster, but obviously Mafia do have more support forces, and that is another batch shot, plus an IS-7 that's going to be coming in, and obviously that IS-7 can really force the issue or force the agenda here. Good strike coming in as well. We can see the IS-7 with a good trade here, get some information going as well. And all of a sudden, the double light tank by Hit and Run has been spotted. And this means that Mafia will probably want to push here because realistically, the firepower of Hit and Run is limited. But Piotr somehow is behind them all in the IS-7 and is getting pushed and collapsed upon now.
How did he end up there? He just went straight through the middle. He's like, hello, I'm part of this fight. I'm trying to help my team. And he has provided the distraction that was required for Hit and Run to be able to push in. They're going to pick up the kill on towards Profuse. Now they're going to go and try and pick up the kill on towards Comrade. But in the meantime, they have lost Piotr. That's a full IS-7 down and out of the fight. And Mafia look to try and stabilize the situation. Both teams trading one gun apiece. Who came off the better, I'm not really sure, but Hit and Run with 4 guns all in one square.
Hit and Run indeed with 4 guns all in one square. Meanwhile, though, DJ getting pushed by Ozek has a damaged Amarak, but now finally able to pop the repair kit. Is healing up slightly, but obviously, yeah, he is in trouble as Ozek in that E4 with a second free shot in towards DJ, who is probably going to die rather soon. And then really for Hit and Run, it might be starting to fall apart because Ozek is going to get that kill for sure. One more shot by DJ, but now he falls. And that leaves only a single super heavy for Hit and Run that cannot really play by himself in the city.
Yeah, DJ. Ooh, double! A double strike kill from Mentos. That just came out of nowhere. What the hell? How did he even know that they were there? Either way, that just completely flips the game on its head. Now, the gun advantage is actually back with Hit and Run, and they have HP advantage as well. Marcel is not hanging about. He's going for a quick, cheeky shot on towards the rear of Tsek, but he needs to be careful because the double RHM is going to push in towards him.
Indeed, the double RHM now coming closer towards the cap. Big HE shell, though, into Mentos from Marcel. And now Tsek is going to start peeking to get those resets as Monster, as well as Franek are coming in, trying to come from the sidelines at least. They really need this pickup onto Marcel, and ideally they do it rather cleanly because they cannot really afford to lose that much more HP. Marcel is doing a beautiful job of selling himself very, very expensively. Good shot into Franek. Now it's going to be Marcel falling, but he might have bought enough time. That being said, though, Hit and Run miraculously still with 5 tanks remaining.
Yeah, YOLO needs to pick up some kills here. He's got to go and try and take down the pesky light tanks of Ketsai and Mentos. He does find the kill on towards Mentos. That is very important for Mafia right now. It's still a 4v3, but Ketsai is caught in a bit of an awkward position here. He doesn't want to leave because he thinks that he's going to get immediately pressured from YOLO, and he would be correct. If YOLO peeks here right now, he might get deleted.
Indeed, YOLO does peak, takes an Amarak, has a rep kit available, but now Kono is gonna start coming in because at some point Mafia will have to reset, but they obviously have so much more HP available. Kono now gonna start peaking against Tsek. The resets do come through. A bad shot by Ozek here, so the E100 doesn't evaporate, but now Katsai is going to blow up YOLO. The guns are getting closer, especially since Kono is now gonna start coming in. Franek dies here. How many shots does Kono have remaining? Well, it seems to me like one more, but he fluffs it, and this is why Tsek stays alive.
Yeah, Kono wanted to do a drive-by there, didn't have time to aim because he knew that Monster would be pressuring him, but unfortunately that means that he's hung his teammate out to dry, and Hit and Run somehow have made it work with just a sliver of HP across all of the guns remaining, but that is the important thing. They've got 3 guns left, and Ketsai is still alive in that RHM, so Kono really has no chance of winning this one. Well, he does have a chance. I shouldn't say it is over, but he did spot it out. Ketsai picks up the kill, and maybe I should have said it was over.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but at the end of the day, the team of Hit and Run are starting to look again a little bit like the team that we've basically admired in the past for snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in the most weird and hit and run way possible. I mean, at some point, Mafia seemed to be like so up in positions, HP, everything, and then fast forward 30 seconds, some weird stuff happens, and somehow Hit and Run is winning.
Yeah, I'd love to see again how Mentos managed to get that double strike kill, whether he just did a blind plane or he somehow outspotted them. I don't know, but that really was the game changer, right? Especially after DJ overstepped the mark a bit and kind of threw away his E100. But it was just such a bizarre game. Like, we had this moment where Piotr flanked behind in the middle of the open in an I7, and he basically sacrificed himself for the benefit of his team because it gave them the opportunity to actually overpeak and pick up some kills. But you're starting to see it now, Hit the Run. They're sort of bringing back this kind of like this magic that they've got, where they can just win these kind of bullshit rounds where they just shouldn't win, and it just kind of happens.
Yeah, I think Hit and Run somehow, like, they create those weird positions by doing such unorthodox plays, and just because it is them always doing it, it's like in the meme, like, it's always you three doing it when something happens, and just because it's always them doing it, they have more experience at dealing with scenarios that no one's been in before.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? Is that if you put your opponent in uncomfortable positions that they're not familiar with, it's all about who can adapt the best and react to those moments. And Hit and Run have proven that they're very good at that time and time again.
All right, so this means that after 2 very slow rounds on Ghost Town, we have now arrived on what might be the last game, the last map of the day. It's gonna be Muravanka. Not that we've not seen that one today already. But to be honest, I am
so
kind of...
It would be so funny if Hit and Run just 3-0 right now, because it just, like, the whole dynamic of the league is like, oh, they beat them and they beat them 3-0, and it's just, it's just a nightmare to predict, you know?
I mean, it's a nightmare to predict, but it's a hell of a blast to watch, certainly. So, let's see. Actually, if Hit and Run wins here, like, Yaki would get a point.
He would get a point. That is.
No, now I want Mafia to win.
The individual who does not care about the predictions would win.
Well, he just says that until he wins, and then
exactly.
he says
like,
that
I don't care until I win.
All right, Mafia coming into this potentially last round, and they want to fend off defeat with double bat, singular Force B, triple V4, and an E4.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run are rocking one Batcher, a Bliskovica, Gorilla 15, double V4, an E3, and the T100 brought by Ketsai. E3 is quite an interesting choice. Oh, sorry. No,
and yeah,
I was thinking we're on a completely different map.
I also was
thought it was Muravanka. I have no idea.
It was the map video, man. But
was it? Okay. I'm not fully schizo then. It's fine.
But the gorilla, I think, should have signaled to us that something else is about to happen, because I think gorilla is more like a Stutzi tank than anything else. But at least the teams seem to be completely fine with it. So let's roll with this one. And Ketsai here in the south in that light tank doesn't really have anyone to play against. So he's going to have free play from here on out. And for Mafia, it's just a good old bait and switch strategy. Triple tank on the YOLO here in the V4 as well to cover. And this is going to force some reaction out of Hit and Run. Good shots in towards Conrad here, though, in the north of the map.
Yeah, we've seen this plenty of times before. This is a very recycled strat, as they push directly onto the cap and then they force their opponent to come and fight them. They have to push back in. But look at Ketsai, look at his position. He's managing to get angles. Has been found out here. He's going to go down to a one-shot now, trying to angle as best he can. Ketsai is backing off in the T100, and this cap strategy doesn't look to be working right now because Hit and Run are not bleeding HP. It's all on Mafia. They're down 4k now as Monster pushes into the little hole down, and Mafia look to try and make a move, but YOLO's already dead.
Indeed, YOLO is dead, and on the bottom left you can see that Call Me Piotr in the V4 is getting pushed as well. Down and out he goes. Still the cap is going, but it's only a singular tank by Mafia that is currently accumulating the points, and Yuzek now finds himself between two guys. Make that 3 of Hit and Run Monster to pick it up, and all of a sudden Hit and Run with the HP as well as the gun advantage. Marcel scrambling to get into the fight, but he's already being shot at for that. There is another bad shot more to the west of him to put shot after shot into Marcel, and now Mafia seem to be falling apart here on Studzianki.
Yeah, Marcel coming in with a full clip, though he's got to make it count, but he gets deleted and Ketsai finds the kill. Marcel thought he was about to release a full drum there, but it just doesn't end up happening, and now Comrade is left between a rock and a hard place, just forced backed into a corner, and he can't do anything. And Hit and Run, they do it. They bring the 3-0, and this trend in recent times of Mafia just getting the slight edge over them is going back the other way, and that's going to make this season even more compelling.
Yeah, indeed. Hit and Run completely fall apart on match day number 1, but after that, I mean, 3-0 against their, well, buddies, rivals, whatever you want to call it, but certainly very capable opponents of Mafia. That certainly answers the question as to which Hit and Run we were going to see in this matchup here. They probably want to make up for whatever went wrong against Darkside, and today was, I think, a good step of the way there. That is 3 points against a team that, like them, probably will be battling to get in towards those playoff spaces. And I think taking a look at the damage numbers, we can really see where it started going wrong for Mafia. It's simply that those V4s on the cap and punishing the people peeking into it, namely, for example, Monster in that E3 or the V4s, they were not able to dish out the damage against the deep cappers like you normally would expect them to.
No, and I think what we didn't really notice while it was happening on the minimap is how quickly Ketsai in his T100 and DJ in the Gorilla 15, how immediately they went straight to the south to find these alternative angles ahead of time, which allowed them the opportunity to be able to actually reset, and so they were never really in trouble. I also think bringing the E3 is interesting because I'm not 100% certain, but I'd probably have to go and check it exactly what kind of angles he can get in the E3, whether he can peak with somewhat relative safety. But I just feel like the way that Hit and Run set up for this game was in full acknowledgement of this play that's coming from Mafia, because we've seen this before.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, Hit and Run obviously had the light tank that gave them early info as to what's going to happen. And another thing that I think a lot of people overlook when it comes to those kind of games is, DJ, he is quietly up there, second by damage, but 2 kills as well. And that Gorilla from the outside, we've seen teams before not use a Gorilla against such cap strategies. And that tended to be a rather big problem. Because, yes, you have the damage reduction ability on the tanks that are capping, which most likely are Juggernaut TDs, but the Gorilla, as the Juggernauts try to mitigate the damage, the Gorilla actually counters that with its ability of just doing more damage. That is going to conclude day number 2 of the streaming, and day number 2 and 3 of the playdays of phase number 1.
Yep, and of course, there's still more to go. I think the next time I'm back on is probably the 11th, which that'll actually be in phase 2, which that's brilliant for me because it means I get to actually take notes and we'll get to see the relative form of all the teams.
Accumulate a lot of data.
Yes.
We gotta feed the AI overlord. But yeah, here you can see also the streaming days. And obviously every single one of those streaming days is going to have
drops and tokens in them, which then you can redeem in the OLS token store in-game. It works on EU, NA, and APAC or Asia servers. Here is what you can get. Some pretty cool 2D or even 3D styles, a Day of World of Tanks Premium, or a Churchill 3, which is quite the machine gun, actually, when you equip it that way. But yeah, for those of you also who have not been able to claim their full drops of today, after the stream will end, we are going to raid another person that you saw on the stream here today. It's going to be Dakilzor. He's going to be having it enabled until midnight UTC. I think that should be 1 a.m. our time. The Madman is probably going to stream all the way until then. And here you can actually see how many drops were available today. It was 4. Next week, every Tuesday, every Thursday, it's going to be 4 as well. On the weekends, we're going to ramp that up to 6. And obviously, on the 22nd and 23rd of February is when we're going to go really crazy, because there you're going to be able to earn 14 tokens in 2 days.
I love me some free stuff.
Always, always. But yeah, today for you, what was the biggest surprise?
LTP by far.
I wanted to say LTP as well.
Yeah.
No, we're going with the same thing.
Well, it's just such a shock, right? That I don't think anyone expected beforehand, apart from select individuals who are part of the LTP fan club.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone really saw like this kind of. We remember back to the Winter Invitational where they had a pretty good showing against Hit and Run, and it's like, okay, this team, they can put up a fight, but I don't think we expected it to go this well in the actual season, and they really took the fight to Cashback, and of course there's still a very, very long way to go in this season, and
Man, imagine LTP convert one of their 2 match points against against Cashback today.
I mean,
it was
very possible as well. It wouldn't have even been a fluke. Like, they had a very good chance at winning multiple rounds actually against Cashback. They even had the possibility of winning it without it being a tiebreaker, which would have meant Cashback would get even less points as well. So yeah, they really were the surprise of the day. I think Hit and Run also another surprise in a good way, a turnaround in form to just like clap back and put 3-0, but that's just the nature of the league, right? It's just these teams, they're just up and down all over the place.
Yep, indeed. And that is going to conclude the Super Sunday. That was 8 matches of best of 5. Quite the time that we've been streaming for today. And so at the end here, I obviously want to thank you, Moff, for casting with me. We are going to see you back later in the OLS, and obviously, as I said, we are going to raid Darky right after the replays, so those of you who haven't gotten their drops yet will be able to finish it there. And for today, I think I'll leave the last words to you, Moff.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be back and casting with you, Key, and just everyone else. It's been awesome. It's just so cool to see World of Tanks esports back. Like it really is the sequel from WGL all those years ago. It's kind of amazing, to be honest. Like, all of those people out there that have been watching the competitive scene for such a long time, like, I don't think we ever thought that we could get back to a point where it would be like this competitive in terms of prize pool and like the quality of teams, and even organizations considering and entering the space, despite obviously not being in the league. But that's a whole other story. But it's just a really, really cool thing.
And live production just in is telling us we broke the prize pool record from last time, where it was like 65.8. Apparently we are now above 66,000 euros for the OLS Season 2. But obviously you can still contribute. That is just the second of, I believe, 11 streams that we're gonna do. But thank you, dear viewers, obviously, very much already for that. And I think with that, we're gonna call it for the day. See y'all on Tuesday.